What's new, Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. We're gonna solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. The trail leads back to you. What's new, Scooby-Doo? Hey, hey, Wolfpack, we're back with another surprise tier list. Yep, I actually managed to have time to do another one this week. And what do you know, we're doing another Scooby one. Apparently my first Scooby-Doo tier list just yesterday did so well, a lot of people want us to talk about the other shows, so I figured, why not do the other show that I actually finished, What's New, Scooby-Doo? What's New, Scooby-Doo honestly doesn't need too much of an introduction. It is basically the classic Scooby-Doo for a new generation. It was given an upgrade, much better animation, a top-notch voice cast, and pretty much carries on Scooby-Doo right where it left off with Where Are You? Yeah, this is literally just the original Scooby-Doo formula and show, but for a new audience. And honestly, that's what made it very good. It is just Scooby-Doo all over again, set in the modern day, and it is very fun. It's the classic Scooby formula for a new generation. There's much more sharper writing, better humor, stronger attempts at telling a mystery, and the characters actually get a lot more character in this show. What's new, kitty cat? Hey, Christopher, glad you made it. Hey, cat, glad I could make it. We'll see how long this one goes. What's new, Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. We're gonna solve that mystery. I see you, Scooby-Doo. The trail leads back to you. What's new, Scooby-Doo? Yeah, still one of the best theme songs ever. Right next to the original, of course. Hey, Shadowlink, glad you can make it, man. Yeah, glad people really like the Scooby-Doo shows. What's New, Scooby-Doo honestly doesn't need too much of an explanation. It's literally the old show revamped for a new generation. Kind of like how Batman the Arkham series is literally just the animated series, but for video games. It is a modern-day Scooby-Doo, carrying on all the classic formulas. The Scooby antics are still there, the gang solving mysteries, but clearly given a much higher budget than the first generation shows were. Yeah, there's much sharper animation, and of course it led to a lot of creative villains. We all know Scooby-Doo's greatest strength is all the ghosts, monsters, and creatures of the night who the gang face, cracking the mysteries and solving crimes taking place with a monster as the main foe. Yeah, Scooby-Doo, of course, has a lot of great monsters, and What's New naturally carried on that tradition. We are going to be talking about all the villains who appeared on What's New, Scooby-Doo. At least all the supernatural monsters and masks. And yes, there will be minor spoilers. Alright, so let me go over this tier list if this is your first tier list ever and you've been living under a rock. I'll be ranking all these characters up here on this tier list from top best to bottom worst. Up top, we have Scoob-tacular. This one, the S tier, the 10 out of 10, the A pluses, some of the best monsters this show ever introduced. Probably not household name monsters like the original series, but definitely ones we all know, love, remember. My personal opinion says that these ones are the gold standard. A lot of fan favorites, some of my personal favorites, but basically the ones who did this show absolute justice. Then we have Cool Costume. These ones, cool. Good, not great. These ones had a lot of good ideas, a lot of fun moments. I could see other people putting them in perfect 10 out of 10 scores, but to me, they're more 8 or 9 out of 10. Had a lot going for them, but might have a nitpick or a scratch or two. Then we have Mid-Monster. These ones, right smack in the middle, the okay, the average, they're fine. Making sure my mic works. Okay, yeah. These ones didn't do all that great, but also weren't the worst thing ever. Definitely, I would say, standard Scooby monsters. Then underneath we have Prototype. These ones had a speck of hope there, could have amounted to something great, but ended up kinda weak, forgettable. And if you know What's New, Scooby-Doo, this might be like the lowest grade that most of these monsters will get. Basically, ones that could have been great, could have been fun, but just were missing that extra spark of energy. Then at rock bottom, we have Dud Demon, the bad, the worst, the lamest monsters this show ever introduced. Ones that I would say that most fans probably don't look too fondly back on, or at least didn't remember all that much, laid no positive impression, we'll say. I grew up watching the series in the 2000s, I grew up in the era of Zombie Island and onward. That's my take on the franchise. Zombie Island is great. Okay, so what's new Scooby-Doo definitely ramped up the monsters. Not all these monsters made it as high as the Where Are You cast, but I would say they had a lot more creativity, a lot of fun, and pure imagination went into these monsters. What's new made the monsters appear a lot more supernatural. Like, you could hardly tell if these guys were real ghosts or just guys in suits, animatronics, or somebody pulling the strings behind the scenes. What's new definitely had a wide variety of monster ideas. Scooby and the gang travel around the world going to new places, and usually the monster fit in the setting it was set in. This was like a monster clearly a part of this setting the gang were investigating. They all have like their own unique theme, unique ideas, and as you can tell, we got a very diverse group of monsters here. A lot of different faces, a lot of unique powers, and of course, a lot of great mysteries. The Scooby Gang are fun. This is where we started getting the iconic definitive voices of the gang. Frank Welker took over as Scooby-Doo after the late Don Messick passed away, and unfortunately Scott Innes didn't come back to the role, even though he was an awesome Scooby. Mindy Kahn became the definitive Velma for a lot of people, so good that Kate Micucci has not outclassed her. Gray DeLeo Griffin kind of became the definitive Daphne, and still is to this very day, at least at the time you're watching this video. And this was like Casey Kasem's last performance as Shaggy, I believe. He did come back in Mystery Incorporated, but was replaced by Matthew Lillard. But basically, these were all the standard definitive Generations Mystery Incorporated voice cast, and all of them did pretty good. Really liked them. Frank Welker actually showed that he did a good job as Scooby-Doo, and this was the show that really showcased his talent as the talking dog. Hi, Cat. So, what's new Scooby-Doo? They're coming after you. Yep, Akira, we're finally talking about the What's New Scooby-Doo cast. What's New Scooby-Doo was the first Scooby-Doo show I've seen. Technically, I did watch the original series before this one, but I did grow up watching this one. I remember it being on when I was in preschool and kindergarten. Have a lot of fond memories. I will absolutely agree, exactly like Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? This show has held up very well. The animation still looks pretty good. The voice acting is still top-notch, unless you watch the celebrity guest stars. And the monsters were definitely very creative. This was a fun Scooby-Doo show, and definitely I would say a revival of the original show's spirit. Sorry, I just got you up on comments. Zombie Island, that one's a classic too. R.I.P. to Casey Kasem. Yeah, may he rest in peace. This was his final performance as Shaggy, and he still had the voice down pat. Hey, Fatal Waffle, probably the most diverse Scooby-Doo monsters. Some range from fit into North American, European, African, and Asian. Yeah, a lot of cultural monsters on here too. This one fully embraced Scooby-Doo going around the world. I know he's done that in the old shows, but here the monsters usually fit the setting and had a unique identity and gimmick to call it our own. Like, this was the best of the second best Scooby-Doo show. Okay, that is pretty hard. Mystery Incorporated, I might argue, is definitely stronger than What's New Scooby-Doo in terms of storytelling, but What's New had the spirit of the original show, which is why a lot of people defend it. It's kind of tied to me, which is better, What's New or Mystery Incorporated, because I love both. First, Where Are You? Then, What's New? Yeah, because I actually did watch What's New Scooby-Doo all the way through. It's been re-airing on Cartoon Network, too, so my brother Wolf have been watching episodes in the morning before going off to our own thing. This is still definitely top 3. Absolutely, top 3. It's up there with the classic Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? And definitely Mystery Incorporated. Mystery Incorporated raised a very high bar. What's New, I will argue, comes close to being in second because it feels like the old show just revived. So yeah, as you can tell, a lot of great monsters. Believe it or not, What's New does not have a ton of episodes. It only has 42 episodes. Yeah, that technically is a lot, but most old cartoons usually went up to 52 at least. This one went up to 42. Not sure why it was canceled, but probably because they were marketing Scooby-Doo all over the place. So they figured another show just take its place. But yeah, got a lot of fun monsters, so I guess we should begin. And let's be fair and start with the first ever monster, the abominable snowman. The snowman might put into cool costume. Yeah, this isn't one of my favorite ones. This is the first monster the Scooby Gang face. So, the Scooby-Doo go to a ski resort on vacation, only to uncover an abominable snow ghost terrorizing the ski tournament. And of course, the gang investigates, getting into our basic introduction to Scooby-Doo. This is basically beginner Scooby-Doo, and this is the first monster they face. This giant behemoth of a snow ghost. The snow ghost is actually an Iceman going around like riding like a snowmobile or something. It's like a giant Yeti kind of, but also made of solid ice. It's transparent. It's the first time we get hints that the Scooby monsters are definitely ramping up their game in this series, because like, it's completely mechanical. It's, like, invisible to the eye. Like, there's one thing missing, Fred. What? Like, the creep inside. And you can see, like, right through him. Pretty good start as the first monster for the series. It's called the Snow Creature. Okay. Also, it is out of order, but that's alright. Yeah, we'll probably just go depending on fan requests. So, good news, What's New Scooby-Doo is episodic. You could literally start anywhere, watch with any episode. Very little continuity. Sometimes a character from the past would show up again, but that was about it. Usually all the monsters were standalone type of threats. Feels like the old show, but in the modern age, even if some of it is dated. Usually the celebrity guest stars are the most dated part. Grey DeLisle's first role as modern Daphne. Yeah, Grey DeLisle took over as Daphne. I think technically Cyber Chase was her first performance as Daphne, but she would go on to play her in What's New, and then onward, she's still voicing Daphne. Mystery Inc. is #1 Scooby-Doo show. That I get blushed. Okay. Also, the giant worm is what the Goosebumps worm should have looked like. Yeah, it should have. Daphne used a hairdryer. She melted like the snow above him to crush him. And I would have succeeded if it weren't for you meddling adolescents. That's meddling kids. Okay, so the gang goes on basically a good old-fashioned snow adventure. I see this episode air on Christmas just as often as the other snowman. The gang get attacked by this guy. It seems like an unstoppable monster. We find out this is a machine. It's being controlled by the true culprit. The gang actually get tested in here. We actually break the status quo a bit. Fred gets a broken leg and is injured on the sidelines. Velma gets sick and can't solve the mystery actively. Daphne like goes out alone and almost gets ambushed by the snow monster. And of course Shag and Scoob are being Shag and Scoob, getting into wacky antics. They barely defeat this thing. They lay a trap for it, which actually trips it over, revealing it was like a mechanical being riding with like snowmobile on its legs. It breaks apart basically, and they find out it was truly being controlled by Avalanche Anderson. You see, it turns out there was like a ski tournament happening here, and he was using this giant snow monster to basically get rid of the competition. He was attacking the ski competitors at night, sabotaging them so he could show up and basically come in with a comeback to his career. And yeah, the meddling adolescents managed to pull the plug on this and defeat him. The snow monster, I think, is alright. It's this very unstoppable giant force of nature type of monster. Very much a quiet monster, a huge kind of primal creature. I do kind of enjoy it because it was a threat and the gang actually do struggle to beat it, so he does win points for that. I will put this guy up here onto cool costume. He was cool, but definitely outclassed by later villains, even in the mechanical monster department. Brian Unger played Avalanche Anderson. Like Velma's snow coat made her look fat. She wore all those heavy layers and still got sick. How do the Scooby-Doo gang keep ending up in the same place at the right time to meet the monster we meet at the beginning of the episodes every single time? They do kind of poke fun of that. I remember Alien Invaders made fun of that. Nothing personal, you just know too much. And Fred sighs in his fourth wall joke. Yeah, that's always been our problem. Yeah, the gang have this unfortunate luck of stumbling upon a lot of mysteries. It's like they're destined to fight these monsters. Yeah, Mystery Incorporated actually made it a prophecy because of how often it happened. Crazy for them to break the status quo in the first episode. Yeah, this definitely tested the gang with a lot of new ideas and new things to spice up the formula, which I do really appreciate. And it happened in the pilot, so that's already impressive. Alright, so, yeah, Snow Creature will put on a cool costume. What should we do next? I guess since somebody mentioned the Tremors worm. Alright, we'll put the worm up here. The worm actually going on to Scooptacular. Yeah, we'll give the Tremors Graboid some credit. The mystery gang go to New Mexico and run into a Graboid. Yeah, they parody Tremors. The Scooby Gang basically is in this race. They're like in a Fast and the Furious race on a racing circuit, and there's this giant worm going around basically obliterating the competition. It's taking out cars, attacking the racers, and the gang stumble upon it and find out that this worm isn't entirely a demon. It's actually somebody who's sabotaging the competition, and there's all these mysterious racers and all these jerk characters who are suspects, and the gang basically have to find a way to defeat a Graboid, which is already a cool concept. The only continuity the show had, or kind of had, are some recurring characters, which, by the way, never appeared after the show ended. The Hex Girls do show up. Also, a pup named Scooby-Doo is canon with What's New Scooby-Doo. Yeah, I love that. They do flashback to their childhood, and it's a pup named Scooby-Doo. Sadly, they did not get any of the past voice actors to voice the kids, but what are you gonna do? Also, Know-It-All Boy from Polar Express is a recurring character in this show. That's right. In this episode, we meet Velma's old high school flame, or the creepy guy in class who had a crush on her. Well, Alvin Kibby? It's a Mandark from Dexter's Lab. Yeah, everybody remember Mandark? He's in this show. Ah ha ha, ah ha ha, ah ha ha. Yeah, Eddie Deason is this weird, quirky nerd guy who has the hots for Velma and is constantly trying to get a date off of her. I bring this up because he's in this episode too. He's one of the racers, and of course one of the suspects. He's trying to get in with Velma, and he is actually the Graboid. He constructed this giant mechanical worm to basically sabotage the competition and win the race on his own to prove to Velma that he's an awesome Giga Chad. Yeah, pretty funny, quirky reveal that this was basically all just to impress a girl, but the monster is actually pretty threatening. It's basically a Graboid. It tunnels underground, it can sense the vibrations, it's destroying the race and wrecking a lot of people's cars. James Arnold Taylor plays like this Chuck Norris looking cowboy guy. Tasia Valenza is actually in this episode too. She's like the hot Hispanic girl racer. Yeah, it is pretty funny. I didn't recognize her at first, but she uses like a low-key version of her Poison Ivy voice. Fred called the snow creature the snow miser. Hey Cat, hey Light Jones, this is basically Mystery Inc. before Mystery Inc. Yeah, right down to having the same voice cast too. Also, there's an episode in this where Shaggy and Scooby end up in a casket with a dead body. Yeah, that was Lennon. They ended up in Lennon's tomb. That was a pretty funny episode. I'm kind of questioning if this episode got banned in Russia because Shaggy and Scooby violated Lennon's body. I love What's New Scooby-Doo more than the original series, but not more than Mystery Incorporated. That is kind of the fan consensus, Light Jones. The Fast and the Wormiest. Love this worm monster. Yeah, it is pretty cool. The Scooby Gang are like fighting this cryptid monster. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot more cryptids and mythological creatures in this season, and the giant sandworm is definitely an iconic one fans remember. In my opinion, the snowman monster was the one that actually scared me the most as a kid. Probably because he's like so giant. And also, they do reveal he's not a guy in a costume. He is transparent, making you question what's going on. It's Mexico, not New Mexico. Okay, it is regular Mexico. Well, they do also have that episode Old Monster, New Mexico, so sorry if I got it mixed up. The giant worm's name is Guasano Grande, by the way, which literally means giant worm. That's some clever writing for you. I do love that the worm actually has a cult. There's like these cultists who worship the giant worm. It's apparently like their god, and they try to sabotage the race and protect the worm, even though the worm turns out to be completely mechanical and fake. Remind me of the death worm from the Animal Planet Lost Tapes. Gibby Norton. Okay, that's his name. I knew it was Gibby something. Like he shows up 3 times. He does, and he's always guilty in all of them. This beats Go Eat Worms. Exactly. This is what R.L. Stine should have aimed for with this worm. It's based on Mongolian death work. Yep, should have been the Go Eat Worms King Worm. Giant Worm puts Goosebumps Giant Worm to shame. Yep, bro, even the mediocre episodes put Go Eat Worms to shame. The Death Worm. Why are they dressing up as monsters instead of winning fair and square like a normal person? Well, again, they're bad guys. They're stooping to petty levels and cheating. Also, some of the monsters are just rehashes, remakes of older monsters. Some of them are, but a lot of them are pretty new. Like the giant worm is definitely a new one. We have seen Scooby tangle giant monsters before, even in the older show. This one definitely a much more high quality giant monster. Dan to Dan Season 2 with the Death Worm. Surprised this show not only show and Dead Body, but also Lennon Wonder got banned for the other two. I wonder if Russia banned that episode. That's what I was asking. That cult might have been super disappointed that the worm was fake. Yeah, they probably were. So it turns out it was Gibby Norton. He was trying to impress Velma by winning this race and basically cheating. They found out he was the worm because the worm left a green residue, and it's from the same technology for his environmental friendly race car, and that pretty much gives him away. They defeat the worm by setting up a trap, and it crashes and breaks apart, and everybody lost their cars and the giant worm's destroyed, and they still race to the finish where Scooby barely wins by a paw. Yeah, of course Scooby wins because he's awesome. Gibby Norton would come back to apparently be the bad guy at least 3 times. And it's pretty funny hearing Mandark simping for Velma. Anyways, the giant worm I think is one of their coolest monsters because it's hard to tell how this thing is operating and how it exists. It does seem like a supernatural monster. But no, it was a giant mechanical worm being controlled by Gibby's car, apparently, was inside of it too. So I guess it was like a giant combiner from Transformers. But yeah, the worm is pretty Scoop-tacular. We'll put it up top just because of how much menace it had. Yeah, it is kind of based on the Dune movies. Hard for Shaggy and Scoob to walk without rhythm, though. Because the Hex Girls do show up, does that basically mean the 90s movies are canon to What's New Scooby-Doo? They do imply, at least the witch's ghost apparently did happen. I wonder how Gibby keeps getting out of jail. He is an entrepreneur. People kind of pay him and bail him out because he's intelligent. He's as smart as Velma, and he's inventing like high-quality Tony Stark tech. So he does have a use to the outside world. Like how he escaped jail. I imagine someone's paying him and bailing him out. Imagine a Scooby-Doo and Team Fortress 2 crossover. That would be pretty crazy. Okay, so the worm is Scoop-tacular. Alright, next, I think we should talk about the alien. Yeah, I remember this monster. This was the monster in all the ads and the posters and such. The space alien also going on to Scoop-tacular. Yeah, remember this? Scooby-Doo does aliens. They tried to repeat the success of Spooky Space Kook, but with their own Area 51 type of alien. This giant purple alien I always thought was so cool as a kid. Really loved it. It was threatening, and it is a homage to the xenomorphs, basically. We actually open up at NASA. These scientists are doing an experiment and they find what they think is a moon rock, but it explodes and seemingly hatches, unleashing an alien. And exactly like in the Sigourney Weaver movies, the alien starts out small, then grows giant over the course of the episode. It is a low-key tribute to Aliens, also kind of a tribute to the X-Files. It looks like this giant purple alien. I really love the design, and it is a pretty threatening monster because the alien actually thrashes people. It beats up this military captain guy, the janitor lady who's very clearly Agent Scully, gets into a fight with it, and it's like breaking down doors. The alien is a pretty threatening monster, all things considered. Gibby was in the episode with the Robo-Cowboys, and he was also in the Invisible Madman episode. I don't blame Gibby for simping for Velma. Yeah, Velma is pretty hot. There's also the one where Shaggy became Godzilla. Yep, he's down here. Shagzilla. Space alien, also known as the Space Ape. Like alien, more like Namu from My Hero Academia. Imagine Scooby-Doo and the bad guys crossover. Not sure what it would be about. Obviously a mystery. What do you think of doing a tier list to love interest for Shaggy? A clear homage to the videos done by Sarcastic Chorus. That would be pretty funny. Janet Lawrence is the alien. Yeah, so the alien is actually the scientist, Janet, voiced by Kimberly Brooks. She plays like this Mae Jameson looking science girl. She works at NASA. She was using the alien basically to sabotage the NASA lab because in reality, Janet had not made any scientific breakthroughs or progress while working here. She had nothing to show for her science project, so she pretended there was an alien that broke out and was sabotaging the lab and everyone's work to cover her tracks, basically. Ironically, breaking more laws. It's like, really, really, you were willing to become a criminal just to save your NASA job? Yeah, she was trying to save her job and use the alien to attack people. However, the Scooby Gang get too close to discovering the truth, leading to her using the alien monster disguise to go on a rampage and threaten the gang so they don't find her evidence. And yeah, it's actually a pretty interesting episode. Really like the NASA lab exploration, the Area 51 tributes, and of course all the alien homages. The Scooby Gang defeat the alien monster by Scooby accidentally knocks into it and they fall into one of the testing carts, like where they train the astronauts, and they send them in like a wind tunnel, exactly like the Spooky Space Kook. It's kind of this ride that spins you around and basically like shreds her mask because of the pressure. And yeah, they capture Janet. She actually tries to escape. The police cuff her, and she actually fights back and tries to make a run for it, only for not Agent Scully to stop her, revealing that she was an undercover cop trying to investigate if the aliens were out there. Yep, Agents Mulder and Scully are apparently canon to Scooby-Doo. I'm so old I can officially say I've not seen a full episode of this show in 18 years. It's re-airing on Cartoon Network. Scooby-Doo usually does great alien villains in their series. Yeah, they do. The aliens are always fun. They even have a movie with aliens, and it's one of their 10 out of 10 masterpieces. There was the time real aliens showed up in Scooby-Doo, quite unexpected. Yeah, Crystal and Amber, they were awesome. Scooby-Doo crossover with Nancy Drew. Kind of surprised they didn't do that. I guess Nancy Drew is not relevant anymore. She didn't have the staying power that the Scooby Gang had. The E.T. is based on NASA SETI. Yeah, she trained a monkey. One of the science monkeys they trained for space was the alien in its infant form. She like dressed this monkey up into a suit, and I guess it responded to her commands. I remember they said that she did because her project wasn't ready, so instead of facing humiliation, she created the alien hoax. Yeah, that was her motivation. Search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Like I Have Trouble is the best episode. Okay, so really like the alien. This thing was strong. It was like beating up guys twice its size. We find out Janet had like this food that could inflate if it made contact with water. These are like dehydrated snacks, and she made the suit out of them to make it look muscular and buff and give her protection. It had like stilts to appear taller, again like minor 49er, and she had this like radioactive glow to make the alien look otherworldly. This one feels like a modified version of the Spooky Space Kook, but they go all in on the slimy grossness of the alien and make it a lot more physically threatening. The alien like almost kills Daphne. It beats up military guys. Eventually the gang thwart it, of course, by trapping it in a trap that actually worked, minus Scooby getting hurt. But yeah, really like space alien villains, and this one definitely stood out. This is easily one of their top-notch monsters. So the alien going on to Scoobtacular. Like why Daphne Blake outfit looked different, like where's her green scarf? Because she's wearing modern fashion now, Akira. If it was a real alien, usually it would have advanced technology, supernatural powers, or both. She made it feel like it had supernatural powers. Akira and Fred's ascot. Alright, so a lot of people want me to talk about this monster. Oh no, Shaggy ate the cursed pizza and created Shagzilla. Yep, Shaggy becomes a Godzilla kaiju. Or so we think. Sorry, I'm trying to move this thing. Come on. Ah. Sorry, my computer froze a bit. Alright, Shagzilla. We gotta put him onto Scoobtacular for sure. You gotta put him above the alien. Yep, Shaggy accidentally eats a cursed pizza, which turns him into a knockoff Godzilla. The mystery gang go to Japan, only to, of course, stumble upon an ancient curse. So, the scientist guy was supposed to be hexed by this evil magic sorcerer guy, voiced by Mako. Yeah, he uses his Aku voice. So, he tried to cast a spell on him. They use Velma's new invention, the robot dog. It launches a pizza to take the hit, and Shaggy accidentally eats the cursed pizza, which curses him to become an evil monster. And that evil monster is Godzilla. Shaggy becomes Godzilla, loses consciousness at night, and grows into a giant-ass monster destroying all of Japan. And Mystery Inc. becomes fugitives because they're trying to clear Shaggy's name, leading to them going on the lam. And it's a pretty fun episode, and this monster pretty much stood out as one of What's New's best because of how huge it was. They're like dealing with another huge kaiju-sized monster, and this one is actually a lot more threatening because it is disrupting the gang's lives since the world thinks it's Shaggy. Love this episode. Run, God Shagzilla! Also, Velma says that the Shaggy monster is 30 feet tall, but it looked a whole lot bigger than 30 feet. Yeah, okay, so the worst thing I have to say about this monster, they do change its size quite often. Like, one moment it's taller than skyscrapers, then the next it's able to, like, fit inside a factory building. Yeah, they do kind of change its size, exactly like a Godzilla movie, so that is kind of funny. Yeah, Hi Puffy on Miyumi did this chase scene. Hi Puffy on Miyumi did a lot of the Cartoon Network music back then. Love this episode. Why I never did find out the wizard guy was real. Actually, he was actually a real spirit. That was the big twist. So, what was his curse then? Did the curse just not work after the pizza hit it? Or was it just bad luck that befell Mystery Incorporated? Because that did kind of explain their long suffering in that episode. Dogbot, yeah. So Velma got like a free vacation to Japan because of her invention. She invented a robo-dog. It's like Dogbot. It's the same mechanical dog from a pup named Scooby-Doo. She invented this cybernetic robot dog to be the perfect pet, and basically won her a free trip to Japan, where all this insanity happens. Though, of course, there's something bigger afoot in this mystery. Yeah, so unfortunately they do. I kind of wish they went more this route. They kind of paid tribute / mock the 90s Godzilla movie, the one that had Matthew Broderick, you know, the one that had the meme, "That's a lot of fish." Yeah, they kind of paid tribute to that. We get a lot of scenes that look right out of it, and Shaggy and the gang are kind of silly Americans who don't understand kaiju. Yeah, What's New Scooby-Doo really had new and innovative monsters, a little more convincing monsters that are more convincing than the show. Yeah, that's what made it very good. One plot hole is the episode that it never explains who was the evil magic monk that cursed the pizza. He does explain he was a distant ancestor of the people who used to live here. He tried to curse the head scientist because his science lab and company took over their village and basically kicked all the people out. He claims he lost his way and lost his honor, and he's here to like punish his descendant. And it turns out this spirit guy was 100% real. That was a really weird twist, but What's New Scooby-Doo would have some real supernatural stuff that occurred. Again, it was kind of during that era between the Zombie Island movies and Cyber Chase where real supernatural stuff was possible, but there was always a bad guy behind the scenes still. Okay, so really like Shagzilla. This thing is like wrecking buildings, chasing the gang. It turns out it was like a giant inflatable. It was actually Robo-Dog sabotaging them. Who was the culprit behind Shagzilla? It was actually Velma's former science teacher. The science teacher was using the gang to basically pin blame on all the destruction on because he was trying to sabotage the Japanese scientist's business because he was envious. He was basically like a bitter high school teacher who hated his job and was envious that one of his partners in college, the Japanese scientist, went on to become this big successful businessman, and using Shaggy as kind of a fall guy for the crime, while really he and Dogbot were controlled this giant mechanical kaiju that looked like Shaggy, terrorizing the public and making it look like the Japanese scientist was a bad guy who ruined the country. Yeah, he was very bitter and wanted revenge on the world because he was denied basically being a big wig science guy, a big CEO, rich and famous like his partner was. Also, the villain's plan hardly makes sense. Why did he choose to frame Shaggy, not the other guy? Well, I guess it was kind of a guilt by association thing because the curse was meant for the Japanese scientist, and of course, this was connected to his punishment. It was kind of a messy and clunky episode, but basically, the Japanese scientist realizes the error of his ways and realizes that he needs to give back to his people and give back to the village, and decides to use his company for good. There's kind of a sad ending because Velma looked up to this science teacher. He was like her hero and inspired her, and he used her trust in him against her. He like apologizes as he's carted off by the police, says, "I'm sorry, Velma. I'm sorry." And it's like actually kind of sad and a real human moment between them. It turns out Dogbot was actually evil, and Velma reworks him, like reprograms him basically, and he becomes friends with her rival Elliot, putting like an end to their rivalry in this episode, which is also kind of a sweet moment. But Shagzilla, pretty terrifying monster, and one of the literally biggest monsters this show ever offered, so of course I'm putting him onto Scoop-tacular, and it does make you question what's really going on. It turns out like a Dogbot had Shaggy like knocked out and made it seem like he was escaping, then dumping him off in some place in the middle of nowhere the monster went by. Also, yeah, the villain's plan did not make that much sense. It was kind of clunky. Also, finally, Daphne Blake disguised as a geisha and waiting for future media as their Rokuro Kubi. There were also some episodes where they had the Ramones featured in the chase scenes. That's kind of funny. Like, kind of love this episode that they went to Japan to deal with the Black Samurai and help Shenron parody. Yeah, that was Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword. I always called that one the case of Bishaman. If it's a cursed... someone deleted their comment. Like, Kimono Geisha Daphne is the best one disguise. What about Kimono Velma? Professor Pomfret. Okay, that was his name. Thank you, Gira. My headcanon is the Shaggy curse from the episode as Shaggy keeps finding monsters or mysteries through the series, which could explain why the mystery gang keep encountering them. Keep encountering monsters. He wants to destroy Dr. Akira Onodera. Okay, thank you. Hi, Kat. What I missed? Not too much. We're doing it out of order. We just finished Shagzilla, also gone on Scoop-tacular. Also, it's a shame Scooby Gang never went to Japan City, Domori. Oh, that's where Jigoku Sensei takes place. Okay. William Shallert played Professor Pomfret. This wouldn't be the last time Scooby and the others go to Japan. Nope, it is not. They go there often. And they had a movie there, Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword, I believe. They solved the case of Bishaman. What is with whenever Velma looks up to someone, they turn out to be evil? Yeah, this happened with Ben Ravencroft too. Yeah, Gwendolyn Yao played the lieutenant. Also pretty hot, too. Gwendolyn Yao has a really pretty voice. The one thing that I love is so much about What's New Scooby-Doo is just like the 90s movies, every character other than Scooby-Doo actually has eyeballs. Yeah, they got the colored eyes now. Same with Velma. Okay. It's interesting that the chase scene is the police instead of the monster. Yeah, I guess they couldn't fit the monster through those Scooby doors. They're like being chased by this pretty lady cop voiced by Gwendolyn Yao. And they believe the mystery gang is evil and harboring a criminal. They're after Shaggy. Love that their wanted poster is basically this chibi art. That is very cute and funny. Yeah, it is one of their better episodes, but Shagzilla going on to Scoop-tacular for sure. Alright, next, let's do Toy Scary Boo! Get it? The evil toys from the Toys R Us store. The Scooby gang goes to the mall, but the toys are actually alive. This one, I'll put on to cool costume. Yes, sir. I will put it above the snowman if my computer moves faster. There we go. Alright, so obviously I couldn't fit all the toys in. This is the first toy that comes to life, this knockoff Buzz Lightyear toy. The Scooby Gang goes to the mall, only to discover it's haunted by evil toys. Every night the toys come to life and attack the people who are foolish enough to stay at the mall overnight. Some janitor gets attacked, security guards get attacked, and there's a whole slew of suspects who all have their own motives, which makes you question what's really going on here. So, the monsters are vastly different. They're actually the toys. The toys are not people in costumes. They're literally these tiny gizmos, dolls, action figures, and stuff. And heck, even like toy planes and boats, I believe. All the toys are coming to life Toy Story style and going on a rampage, which makes it really, really mysterious because it could be anyone behind them. Admittedly, I like the mystery a bit more than the toys themselves. They were still a decent threat overall. Yeah, so this is obviously a parody slash take that at Toy Story. We see a bunch of toys, obviously reminiscent of actual toys and Toy Story characters. Like this one is obviously Buzz Lightyear. We see toy soldiers and G.I. Joes. We see Transformers at one point. We also see a lot of vehicles. Barbie dolls, how could I forget? Barbie dolls attack. Would have been funny if Sarah Michelle Gellar voiced them, but yeah. Barbie dolls attack them. G.I. Joes attack them, Transformers and Buzz Lightyears and Woodies attack them. It is a pretty crazy episode. Oh, and at one point the Legos even come to life. That must have taken a lot of hard work. So, the mystery is a lot more impactful here because it's obviously not a person running around in a costume. How are the toys coming to life? They're actually planted with microchips. There's microchips placed on all the toys, which is magically bringing them alive, giving them motion. There's a puppet master controlling them from a control room. And there's all these suspects. There's this kooky security guard voiced by Waffle from Cat Scratch. There's this weird toy collector guy who's also an amateur inventor. There's this Karen who wants to cancel the mall. And there's this uptight business manager who doesn't like these toys and how everything's out of hand. A lot of mysterious characters in this one. So it turns out, in a surprise twist, it wasn't the creepy toy inventor, it was actually the security guard. Yeah, it turns out Waffle was actually evil. The toys were a distraction. He was using the toys to go on a rampage around the mall to distract from his real crime. He was tunneling into like a museum so he could steal these valuable portraits worth billions of dollars. The toys were a complete distraction to scare people away or throw people off. He had these microchips because he was a former military officer. He had like a military background and invented weapons for the military, and then he got a job as this lousy security mall cop to use it as a cover to steal the paintings. Scooby-Doo parody of Small Soldiers. Also Toy Story. They literally call the title Toy Scary Boo. Yeah, Toy Story 2 was new at the time. They have the pleeky actor from Lilo and Stitch. Yeah, that's him. It's a cool costume, but not a costume. Yeah. What if Small Soldiers was in Scooby-Doo? The new Toy Story 5 looks great. I disagree. There doesn't need to be one after Toy Story 3. What do you prefer? Okay, Scooby-Doo gang with eyeballs or without eyeballs? Honestly, I kind of like them with because it gave them a more sleeker look. They're at Toho Studios. Yeah, they did go there at one point. And AC is a Macy parody. Yeah, imagine if the toys were as tall as Slappy and Lily D. Then they would have been real threatening. Yeah, Small Soldiers, that was a thing. That's why all the Barbie dolls came to life, because Sarah Michelle Gellar, who played Daphne, voiced the Barbie dolls in that movie. To be fair, at least none of the ones on the list so far is the fake Chupacabra from the Mexican Bigfoot, that terrible Monster of Mexico movie. Imagine if the Scooby Gang had to solve the case of the haunted mask. They wouldn't be able to take it off. No Slappy or evil toy robots from Give Yourself Goosebumps evil looking toy. No, they kind of look like the kind of look like the toy robots from that Revenge Are Us episode, or whatever I'm thinking of. There was like an R.L. Stine book where there was a haunted toy store, and the robots do appear in the Goosebumps movie. The robots kind of appear in the Scooby show. That's in the movie Scooby-Doo and the Monster of Mexico, not the show. Exactly. Like I see, it has a gold skull with Pleaky from Lilo and Stitch actor made me laugh. But somehow he can create sentient artificial life. Yeah, this was back when we didn't understand technology. I remember they brought up how awesome the wireless internet was. Yeah, he just planted like a microchip on these things and it brought them to life. I believe Velma has a throwaway line where she says, well, pretty much everything in the toy store is mechanical these days, including the Legos, which also came to life, but cartoon logic. Let's have a moment of silence for the closing of Toys R Us. Yeah, really gonna miss that store. Toy Story, if all the toys started a toy revolution on the humans. Exactly. No Power Rangers action figures. Unfortunately, Warner Brothers might have been afraid of getting sued. They do have a knockoff Barbie. It's Barbie, but they don't use the brand name. And there's G.I. Joes in there, but they don't use the brand name, I guess to avoid getting sued or paying royalties. There was also 2 episodes where they teamed up with a Steve Irwin wannabe. Melvar O'Reilly. Yeah. He'll come up later. Okay, so I thought the toys were actually an interesting threat. Definitely one of the funner villains of Scooby-Doo. Ironically, we are putting them on cool costume, even though they're not wearing costumes, they are toys. There's that weird twist ending. They foil the security guard, have him arrested, and expose his operation. He's taken away, the creepy toy creator is cleared of all charges, and they finally get their, Velma's, like, niece or cousin a toy, and there's this weird twist ending where the toy, like, has glowing eyes and smiles evilly at the camera, hinting that it actually is haunted. I'm not sure what that twist was supposed to mean. I guess they wanted to have a random scary ending, but kind of came out of nowhere. Yeah, so one of the Buzz Lightyear toys is actually haunted and is going to be taken to a scary episode in the future, which never happened. So I like the toys. Very fun idea. Your toys coming to life and starting a Toy Story revolution is pretty crazy and fun. As I said, What's New Scooby-Doo is definitely an innovative and inventive show for all these monsters, and they definitely stood out. So we'll give them A tier, cool costume ranking. Cool, you're doing What's New, Scooby-Doo. Yep, V Scorpio, we are. Not too far, I just cleared our 5th monster. Doing good, Scorpio. My brother and I learned most of our knowledge of Goosebumps from your channel. Thanks. No problem, Bat Kid. Glad you liked it. Glad you liked my videos. Like the toy have red eyes like sequel bait. Yeah, that was kind of weird. The twist ending kind of hints that the toys actually were haunted or something. Or the action figure Velma bought is haunted and he's gonna kill someone. They never follow up on that, so I'm not sure what they were trying to make of that. Hey, V Scorpio, glad you're here. There was also, yeah, I read that one. The twist could be a spirit possessed the toy, or yeah, the toy actually gained sentience like Megan. Like Japanese folklore, do more toy come to life for 100 years. My guess the twist either they didn't turn the control chip off. Okay, that does kind of make sense. Okay, so the evil toys, pretty fun idea. We'll put them on to A tier for sure because they are pretty fun. And there's nothing scarier to a kid than your toys coming to life and trying to kill you. Alright, who to bump off next? I guess we should also do the other giant monster. Technically the first giant monster on the show, the dinosaur. Yep, we have the evil dinosaur who might be our first mid-monster. So, I really liked this episode back as a kitten. Rewatching the episode, he kind of got overshadowed by superior creatures. This is the ghost of the dinosaur, and our intro to recurring character Melvar O'Reilly. We meet this Indiana Jones / Steve Irwin parody, voiced by Steve Bloom, of course. Melvar is this badass Australian archaeologist adventurer. He takes these bones from a sacred tomb. They're alleged to be haunted. There's a ghost dinosaur that will haunt and come after you if you take these bones away. Melvar steals these bones for a museum, and lo and behold, a ghost dinosaur comes after them and starts wrecking stuff up. Yeah, they're in Costa Rica. Obvious Jurassic Park references. Yeah, Japan loves objects coming to life to becoming yokai. They are pretty fun. I met this girl and she sees sea monsters by the seashore. Goldman. Oh, you wanted that one next. Okay, we'll do them after. Imagine a Scooby-Doo episode when they encounter a Wendigo. That'd be pretty cool, but the Wendigo is also bloodthirsty, so kind of hard to get one on screen. I'm a sucker for anything involving dinosaurs. Yep, from Power Rangers to Scooby-Doo. Yeah, the other giant monsters in the show are a bit better. Basically, Scooby-Doo meets Jurassic Park. Yep. We meet Daphne's uncle. One of her many rich uncles, by the way. She has like 20 of them. There was a Scooby-Doo movie where a ghost dinosaur showed up. Yeah, the pterodactyl ghost, along with the one that can breathe fire, plus Ultra Instinct Shaggy. Yeah, the Phantosaur. The dinosaur had a good twist reveal. It's known as the dinosaur spirit. Personally, I would call it the Phantomsaurus. Eventually, a movie would use that title. I was thinking about that saber. Okay, so this dinosaur is pretty threatening. I mean, it's Scooby-Doo trying to solve a dinosaur. Pretty clear that this thing is not a ghost. It is solid. It, like, tears apart a movie theater. It wrecks a museum. The gang chase it through a mine. So, who is the dinosaur? Well, in a fun twist, it turns out it was actually two culprits this time. There was this evil con man and the archaeologist intern girl. This girl was like working at the museum, and she and the corrupt guy were trying to steal artifacts. They were actually in the mines. They found real gold buried underneath the Costa Rican museum and were trying to steal it from under the people and their government. The dinosaur was all a ruse to scare people off and pin blame for any bad things happening on Melvar O'Reilly because he did kind of steal the bones. The bones were actually planted there all along for him to find, and they used him as kind of this fall guy. It turns out the dinosaur is alive because it's actually this digging machine. It's like a NASA exploration vehicle with a dinosaur skin draped over it like a Megazord. Yeah, there's like this rubber suit placed over it. The dinosaur is like this weird crane. It's like biting and tunneling underground. They had two of these things, and they stole one to use as the dinosaur while using another one to tunnel these mines underneath the museum. Oh yeah, that Hakimato guy is a recurring character. He is. He was played by Brian Toki, who was in Gremlins 2, alongside Hulk Hogan. Yeah, JJ Hakimoto shows up. He's the weird director guy. The dinosaur is said to be based on the Gigantosaurus, though the real one likely did not have spikes on its back. Well, they had to make the dinosaur look threatening in the cartoon. The Wendigo one? Okay, it was the dinosaur spirit, but it wasn't really a spirit. It was like physically there and everything. Also, the chase music is Spanish, going along with they're in Costa Rica. A lot of Jurassic Park and Indiana Jones homages in this episode. Pretty fun episode, though. I don't think What's New Scooby-Doo ever had a garbage tier episode. At its worst, it was just kind of okay. They had a lot of fun with this show, so I would definitely say I did not hate any What's New episodes. Probably not even enough to make a top 5 worst episodes. Yes, you see during Cats, Where Are You? Monsters tier list, I state that Wendigo will be better monster than the ghost Indian American that was kidnapping dogs. Yeah, you did say that. That also would have been a much better monster than the prototype witch doctor. It's the ingenious petrifaction accumulator. Yeah, was that the machine you're talking about? Hi, Cat. Hey, Miku. Was there also an episode with 2 villains and one of them betrayed another one? Yeah, that does happen. There's a lot of villain pairs and groups in this show, which I kind of like because it added a lot more surprise to the mystery reveal. Ironically, for such a recurring character, I don't remember him. You don't remember Melvar O'Reilly? He's like Fred's hero. He's this badass archaeologist, and apparently all the Scooby Gang really like him. The gang and Melvar work together, and they find out that this thing is a machine, and I will say its defeat is also kind of anticlimactic. The Scooby Gang don't really destroy this machine like they do the giant sandworm. It turns out they brought in all the suspects, and Velma goes over her explanation, and they reveal who it is, and that Velma basically called the cops. They're like cops outside, and Scooby walks around in the dinosaur to jump scare everyone, revealing its true colors underneath the surface, that it's just a robot being controlled by a puppet master. Didn't really defeat them, they just sort of tricked them into showing up at this meeting, then had the cops wait for them outside. Kind of an anticlimactic defeat now that I say it out loud. Like, feels like a rejected Power Ranger Dino Thunder villain. Yeah, it is. Even the Meso monster was more threatening. That kid, he's only in like 2 episodes, I think. Yeah, Melvar comes back in the Mummy one. Oh, I see. I say Rokupi be a cool Scooby-Doo villain. Okay. Why is Clayface on this list? That's the Scooby Snacks monster. Sabretooth, that's not Clay, it's poop. It's Guano. Heather Lane and Louise Cepeda. Yeah, that's who they were. They were the monsters all along. Yeah, it's a Scooby snack monster. This Clayface looking guy is the Scooby monster. It's kind of funny how I keep coming across these horror shows and they conveniently look like some of Batman's villains. We even had Black Mask on the Haunting Hour. I'm pretty sure would get a Yeti or Bigfoot costume and call it a Wendigo. And Mystery Inc. replaced them with another adventure. Yeah, they did. They had that weird G.I. Joe looking guy. Heck, we can have it wear a deer skull mask. That would be pretty creepy. Yeah, I didn't like that they capture and destroy the dinosaur. It is anticlimactic. Fully agree. The ending to this episode, kind of abrupt and a real letdown. We would have gotten away with it if it would have been for you meddling turistas. Yeah, really spiced up the line there. Okay, the dinosaur, cool in concept, but not that really compelling a monster, and definitely overshadowed by worse giant monsters. Dinosaurs are cool, and the Scooby Gang fighting a dinosaur definitely has a fun idea there, though the episode's conclusion is just so abrupt, and it's very anticlimactically defeated and unmasked. Kind of like a Jurassic World Dominion movie. So this one going on a mid monster, not the greatest, but also not that awful. Roku Kurupi, long-necked woman, and yokai. Ah, like the Little Nightmares teacher. Okay. Like I remember Be Cool Scooby-Doo make Velma becoming a living Wikipedia. Yeah, not a fan of Kate Michucci's Velma. I think this is the first time the police show up in Scooby-Doo. We always see a cop at the end of these episodes arresting people, but it's like the first time the police actually did more to solve the mystery. Why does almost every Scooby-Doo incarnation have a slime-like monster? Well, slime is very otherworldly and usually leads to gross scariness. Slime monsters are popular. Yes, they are. In Japan, they even have sexy slime girls. Scarecrow with pumpkins, a giant robot Joker. What are the odds 3 Batman villains on this list? Like the camp episode, the only show have only Shaggy and Scooby. Yeah, that was a rare episode. You could tell they spoke English with a Hispanic accent because it's turistas, not touristas. Alright, so the dinosaur going on mid-monster. I'm a dinosaur. Alright, so Akira wanted the gold guy. I am King Goldar, the ruler of the universe. Okay, so the gold guy, honestly, might go on to mid-monster too. Alright, we got Goldar, the Gold Man. Anybody remember this episode? The Scooby Gang go to Fort Knox. Why? Well, it turns out those puppies, we meet another recurring character, the Secret Six. These cute golden retriever puppies that Scooby-Doo gets into wacky antics with. I think this was kind of the precursor to the Air Buddies, because there's like these 6 cute little yellow dogs, and the Scooby Gang apparently meets these dogs because these dogs join the military, and are posted at Fort Knox. Not really. Like a cat creature. Sea monster next. Okay, we'll do him after. I remember that episode. He was called the Gold Monster. I like to call him Goldar. Okay, so the Gold Monster is this mysterious man made of solid gold who can turn other people into gold. He's got the Midas touch. He touches people, turns them into gold, and we're led to believe he's trying to rob Fort Knox. Like, he's after the gold, like as you'd predict. Fort Knox is where America keeps its gold, and this creature manages to break into the vault and mysteriously disappear in the gold. There is kind of a weird explanation for this, but it turns out the creature is not after the gold. The creature is actually using Fort Knox's underground tunnel systems to tunnel in to this company next door to the fort to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. Yeah, he's after like this company's secret formula for their products and was using the gold as a cover. He's like underground, blending in with the gold. He's not actually disappearing into it. He's actually in a camouflage suit. Yeah, it is kind of a BS explanation, but apparently the costume allows him to camouflage seamlessly into the gold as if he's, you know, teleporting through it. He's been camouflaging in the gold, breaking out of it to go through the tunnel system, and tunnel into this company to steal their Krabby Patty secret formula, because it's also worth just as much as the gold. The monster was really one of the drill sergeants. He was a corrupt soldier who was trying to make his break, using his position to swipe millions for a rival company committing corporate espionage. Certainly more better than Battlefield Earth, Fort Knox-wise. Yeah, by a margin. You wanted your gold, now you got it. Who is this? This bald and gold hammerhead knockoff? Yeah, the gold monster was actually this corrupt drill sergeant. He apparently made this formula that made it seem like he froze people as gold statues. It apparently easily comes off, and not one person at this military base ever thought of touching it or pulling it off. Yeah, we believe he killed people, but no, he's like frozen them in place in this material that looks like gold. Yeah, he had like his own formula or something, and they were like coated in candy or something. One of the puppies got covered in gold, and he reveals it comes off. The creatures and people are still alive. He just temporarily froze them in place with this weird formula. He was called the Gold Monster. Basic story. Gold monster like Homer Simpson becoming a gold joke. Oh, I see, Homer. You're like 10 feet tall, and you're made of solid gold. At least they don't talk. The Secret Six appeared in 3 episodes. Yeah, they did. The Scooby Gang met these cute little golden retriever, yellow Labrador puppies, and basically Scooby-Doo becomes like Air Bud. He's taking care of the puppies, basically. A lot of cute antics with these pups. Scooby and the pups get caught up in mysteries and chased by monsters. The puppies apparently signed up for the military because they're at here seeking training and becoming military canines. The gold monster has horrific powers, yeah, but has a bland design. That's my problem with him. Kind of a lazy design. I think he's supposed to look like a statue because he's literally a man of gold. His powers are definitely threatening, and I do like that they simulate he's vanishing into the gold, giving him a supernatural flair, and his motivation, though, also kind of stinks. He's like breaking into Fort Knox to steal from the company next door to them. Honestly, it would have made more sense if he was trying to steal both. Yeah, he's still awesome. I love the episode. Yeah, What's New Scooby-Doo doesn't really have a bad episode. Exactly like Courage the Cowardly Dog. The show had a lot of great quality. The gold monster corners Shaggy and Scooby-Doo. Tiger tank used by German soldiers. Certainly, yeah, read that one. They based him, okay, he was based on the Silver Surfer, but made of gold. Well, the Silver Surfer also had a mouth and could talk. Why does nobody ever understand that having the Midas touch is always a bad idea? Gold is valuable. It's basically shiny and yellow. Plus, what is a World War II era Tiger tank doing in 2000s America? Probably there for like a trophy or a display. Yeah, Drill Sergeant Payne was the monster. So the gold monster was just an invisible man, but stuck in a gold color with a Midas touch. Yeah, that's him. Midas Diet Gold Touch. Like, feel like evil gold metal man. Yeah, but the gold metal man was also cooler. He's basically a living, walking Oscar. Hint, hint. Also, Sue Chris is a joke on sugar. Like, gold is strong but could hurt his bones. The suit is not made of gold, it just looks gold. It's every pups who are part of a military family's dream. Yeah. Christopher, you're right, he does look like an Oscar. Okay, so the basic design did not really impress me. He looks like kind of a living statue, kind of like an Oscar, as the comment section are saying. His powers definitely give him something. He's got the Midas touch. Everything he touches turns into gold. He apparently has like a gauntlet in there, which is launching his gold smearing formula. His motive also kind of lost points for me. He wants to steal like the Krabby Patty secret formula from next door, and yeah, that was really all he wanted from breaking into Fort Knox. He went into deep undercover as a soldier for years just to swipe this formula. It's implied he is like working for a rival corporation, but that's about it. The gang defeat him, unmask him. He reveals that he actually didn't kill anyone, which I guess gets him some years off his sentence. Not one of my favorite monsters. The design just too generic, and I think he was easily outclassed by a ton of other monsters. But also, he's not too bad. I love his powers. That's what elevates him. So he'll be on mid-monster. Sorry, Goldman, you are definitely a bronze icon. Okay, somebody wants the sea monster. Alright, we'll do the sea monster onto cool costume. Yeah, this is the sea monster. This is the one that haunts the coral reef. The Scooby gang are actually on vacation. They went to the beach, and Daphne becomes Surfer Daphne in this episode. The Scooby gang just wants some time in the sun, only to stumble across a mystery. There's a sea monster haunting this beach and attacking a bunch of boats at pure random. The Scooby gang, of course, investigate it, and we get a lot of underwater adventures with this one. Very much kind of the Captain Cutler episode, but with a giant murderous sea monster trying to kill them. So sea monsters are usually cool too, exactly like aliens. I think the Scooby show has done a lot of great water-based villains, and this is definitely a highlight. The monster from down under. He wants to take Gold Aid, which are drinks. Okay. Like, why hire tiny puppies that wait for them to grow up? I guess they have that training from the young dog age. Agree, if you have the Midas touch, what happens? You got something in your eyes. Talk about being a giant sentient version of a trophy of a award show. Most people don't care about because it's rigged. Like Reef Grief, where the sea monster is not a villain, more like a neutral villain. Well, he was kind of destroying boats and nearly killing people. The gang are out on vacation and get into a lot of underwater chases. They do have those cool scooters underwater. The sea monster actually is given a cool design. It almost looks like the sea monster from Avatar. Has that kind of shiny look and that sharp shape. I really like this thing because it looks similar to a dinosaur almost. The sea monster is rampaging. It nearly tears the gang apart. There's a huge mystery as to who it could be because we don't have too many suspects who are obviously evil. There are some characters who appear who have motives. This dick surfer who's rude to Daphne. This tour guide who isn't afraid of the water even though they know there's a sea monster out there. And the SeaWorld science lady, she's like an oceanographer and studying the creatures. It turns out the sea monster was this guy named Crunchy. Crunchy is, I kid you not, this crazed environmentalist activist who created the sea monster to destroy boats because they were harming the environment. He was trying to chase people away and protect the sea turtles, and he used a giant mechanical monster to commit these crimes. Moto Shandu was its name, by the way. Okay, Moto Shandu. Very easy name to remember, right? The Moto Shandu is a female monster with a male villain named Crunchy. Well, Crunchy's a crazed activist, so he's probably saw that as progressive. Moto Shandu. Yeah, they're in Australia. They definitely did. Whether sea like ghosts or monsters in general. Yeah, their sea monsters are usually good. This one definitely no slouch in the department. It is basically another animal-themed villain the gang are trying to fight, and for the longest time, it is kind of hard to explain these monsters. This one in particular seems very real. It turns out Crunchy has a mechanical background. He had like a plasma screen TV. He was good at mechanics and engines, which explains why he was like on the boat and why he knows how to control this thing, because it's basically a mini sub that looks like a monster. Not sure how he controlled the head though, but yeah, he was like in a mini sub that looked like this monster, terrorizing people for the environment. The gang beats him, Surfer Daphne causes the monster to wash up on shore like a beached whale, and they expose his evil activism. The monster itself, pretty fun. Don't have too much to say, just a fun creature feature type of Scooby story. And this monster, definitely huge, very threatening, like the gang was fighting an actual mythical creature. So I would put it on cool costume for sure. Though I do think the toys coming to life was a lot more magical. You know, I will put him above the snow creature at least. The villain is the human, then the coral creature. This, along with the sea monster from Courage the Cowardly Dog, is my personal favorite episode. Ah, you mean the sea monster that thought he was an air dragon and wanted to eat people? Yeah, I remember that Courage episode. Courage tried to teach a ocean dragon how to fly. Nope, didn't learn how to fly, so I'm afraid I'm gonna have to eat you now. Think only Shaggy and Velma and obviously Scooby-Doo kept their original designs. Yeah, they did. I mean, Velma got a lot more curves on this show, I will say. They gave Velma a much better figure here than the frumpy sweater she had in the old show. Like he feels almost used in Deep Trouble or a Power Rangers villain. Yeah, or the Spy Kids 2, Island of Dreams. No one offends Surfer Daphne. Surfer Daphne is awesome. The sea monster is interesting. Yeah, that's kind of why it's not going up any higher. I think it's an interesting villain. Not one of the Scoop-tacular ones, but definitely a fun idea having the Scooby-Doo cast tackle a more vicious sea monster. Like Ramayam turn people into sand zombies. Well, won't be the first madman environmentalist in Scooby-Doo. Got plenty of those in Mystery Incorporated. Yeah, my brother Wolf loved that episode. Sometimes you have to kill Mother Earth in order to save it. Do the 1,000-year-old dragon next. Okay. Rockaway Beach. Yeah, because he's like an environmentalist extremist. Yeah, like Vince Vaughn from The Lost World. Does Crunchy work for PETA, or does he moonlight as a supervillain? I think moonlight as a supervillain. Crunchy's day job is he's a tour guide showing people the reef and the fish, and he apparently fakes his boat crashing because of the sea monster to give him an alibi, which technically made him a more smarter villain that way. Moto Shandu is a rejected Pokemon. Yeah, he is. Plus, there was also Daphne in her swimsuit. Yep, sexy Daphne. Don't worry, the gang are adults in this show. Like, looks so cool. Okay, so, yeah, Moto Shandu, definitely cool costume. We'll put him on an A tier. So I guess we should knock out the other dragon, the medieval dark dragon. Red Eyes Black Dragon. And also going on to cool costume. Yeah, I'll put him under the snowman, because the snowman had a much better threat level. How crazy, what's new Scooby-Doo to two popular types of dragon. Yep, now we have classic medieval dragon, or as I like to call, Red Eyes Black Dragon. The Scooby Gang go to the Ren Fair, only to uncover a real dragon that's attacking the Ren Fair for mysterious reasons. And once again, this episode is kind of fun because of the scenario the gang are put in. The Scooby Gang go to a Ren Fair. Velma reluctantly becomes a princess. They meet a whole bunch of crazy characters. John DiMaggio plays a kooky old man who claims he saw the dragon. We meet a jealous Ren Fair worker who doesn't like the guest star. There's a CW actor in this. He's from, like, I believe Merlin or The Legend of the Seeker, or a parody of those shows. Yeah, Velma has a crush on this CW actor who makes Ren Fair appearances. It's pretty funny seeing Velma having crushes on this show. Yeah, this washed up CW actor is here at the Ren Fair, and he never breaks character. He played like a teen Lancelot. We meet all these very kooky characters at this Ren Fair, and it's a whole lot of fun. But the Ren Fair is being attacked by Red Eye's Black Dragon, who's terrorizing the Ren Fair and scaring away the guests, and the gang, of course, are trying to find out why. Do the Chinese dragon next, please. Okay, you guys all want the dragons out of the way. Looks like the dark dragon from Jake Long. Okay, gonna go now. Just want to say you have the touch. You've got the power. Yeah, they're in Scotland. Jameson Stephen Ripley. It's not the last time Scooby and the others go to the Ren Fair. Yeah, they go to one in Mystery Incorporated, but in that one they fight a gnome. The ghost of me and you. Yeah, so the dragon actually is pretty cool and threatening. This one is a lot more creepier than Moto Shandu. It hides in the shadows. Unfortunately, it's also kind of barely present in this episode. There's a lot more focus on the goofy antics and the Ren Fair partying. The Scooby Gang screwing around the Ren Fair pretty much hogs the spotlight. The dragon kind of comes and goes. It shows up, attacks people, breathes fire, acts cool, and the CW actor looks like a hero trying to hold it off. It keeps coming and going. Then when they get to the castle, we find out the truth. That it's actually the washed up CW actor. He's remote controlling the dragon because it's an animatronic from his old show. The CW actor was using the dragon to scare people and tourists and the Ren Fair away because he was hunting the abandoned castle for treasure. And Scooby screwing around accidentally destroys the tapestry map, but it turns out it was all lies. Old man John DiMaggio actually made it up. He said it was all a complete fib he made up for hype for the Ren Fair. The dragon story was all BS, so this guy pretty much committed crimes all for nothing. I think there was once a movie where Mystery Incorporated go back in time to medieval times. That, or I had a very creative dream / imagination as a kid. I think that's The Sword in the Scoob. That was one of the more recent movies. It's a weaver and a dragon with wings for arms. See you later. Bye, just some random guy. Looks like the dragon from the Super Mario Odyssey for some reason. Velma in this episode said dragon don't exist, but they clearly do. They are reptiles like dinosaurs, and they are reptiles named after them. Well, technically, fantasy dragons don't exist. BRB, I'm gonna make myself some ramen noodles. Bye, Christopher. Okay, so I think the dragon is a pretty cool villain. It reminded me of the Loch Ness Monster from that Scooby movie. They've given a very dark design, and Scooby and the gang are basically fighting a Red Eye's Black Dragon. Though the villain, kind of a letdown. That's why he loses S tier ranking. It was basically a washed up actor trying to find treasure and get his career back in order, trying to be rich and famous again. He was sick of appearing at these stupid Ren Fairs and wanted to be rich and powerful again. And it turned out it was all for nothing. He pretty much committed evil for no reason, which, again, it's a funny twist, but also kind of a letdown for a villain. But the dragon, at least it was pretty cool. Definitely one of the fun medieval monsters, so we'll put it on a cool costume. Hey, how are you? Hey, Monica the Savage Bear. Ah, yes, the dragon. Dragons are pretty cool and was effective in this episode. Also was great on how the villain's plan to find the sacred map and treasure was all for nothing since it was fake. Yeah, funny twist ending in this one. Worst, what's new Scooby-Doo villain? Okay, you want a bad one, huh? Somebody wanted the Chinese dragon, but I think that one's actually fine. Alright, which one would I say is the worst villain? I might have to go with the giant eagle. I'm putting it on Dud Demon. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll upset some people, but the giant eagle, not very impressive. It's a giant animal. It's a giant eagle. A giant killer eagle. The Scooby Gang goes to New Mexico to visit Shaggy's cousin, voiced by Billy West. If you don't know, Billy West voiced Shaggy on Zombie Island, and it's kind of this meta episode where two Shaggys are meeting. Yeah, they beat you, Spider-Verse. Yes, Shaggy's visiting his cousin, voiced by Billy West, doing his Shaggy impression, so we get two Shaggies, and that's pretty much the highlight of this episode, because this monster is not very impressive or scary. Yeah, the Scooby Gang find out there's a giant eagle that's abducting people, and that's as much as we know about it. It's kind of kept shrouded in mystery, but of course the Scooby Gang investigates and run afoul of this government conspiracy. The giant eagle, it's a giant bird. It's basically a territorial animal. It's protecting its nest, and the Scooby Gang think it's hiding something up there. It is, of course. The giant eagle is fake, and once again, it has a weird comedy twist, which it is funny, but it kind of takes away from the villain. The worst part of the eagle is that there was a white man wearing brown face. Also, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner in this episode. We could have had a Thunderbird instead of just a giant eagle. Exactly. So they tried to rehash the Willowa, but the Willowa owl was a lot more creepy, mysterious, and threatening, and was an actual native spirit. This thing is pretty much just a giant animal allegedly on a rampage, and the twist is weird. Who's the giant eagle? It's a government agent. Yeah, for reals, it turns out the government is here, and they're exploring a UFO. They found an alien space shuttle that crashed, and the eagle was a smokescreen to scare and threaten people to make them not find out what the government is doing up here. Rather than just sealing it off, they cooked up this insane monster scheme. The eagle was this government general voiced by Phil Lamar, and he was just trying to scare them. And when they uncover the mystery, he tells them, oh, it's just deep government conspiracy stuff, and I guess he kind of gets away with it, and he lets the Scooby Gang off the hook as long as they don't tell on him. He won't like bust them or something. Yeah, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner are in this episode. I love bird villains. Clockwork the Owl is my favorite video game villain, but I'm sorry, this is one of the weakest episodes. Yeah, it is. The Thunderbird, the giant eagle. Yeah, Roadrunner's in this episode. I like the alien looked like he's on steroids. He did. They ought to do a list ranking Scooby-Doo movies or the monsters from the Scooby-Doo movies. We did talk about the movies on a tier list long ago. Yeah, easily one of the more disappointing monsters. It's basically a giant animal. It's used as a smokescreen for the government. I'm the government. I'm the government. I'm the reason nothing works. There also are bugs that can shoot, hear, and smoke out of their bodies in real life. They could be descendants like the birds with the dinosaurs. Maybe. Thunderbird, instead we just have a giant eagle. Yeah, it keeps Daphne gets kidnapped again. The giant eagle abducts Daphne at one point, and it's revealed the government kept them in like a bird cage, ironically. Not sure why they had to abduct people. Wasn't the point they were trying to scare people off? Kind of made its motivation make even less sense. I'm thinking when people originally referred to dragons, they meant dinosaurs, but retellings exaggerated some features or parts of the story because stories were told or before they were written. Blackface. I mean, is it really blackface when you're a giant bird? When people think of giant animals, do people find giant birds scary at all? Some birds can be pretty intimidating giants, but this one was not one of them. It looks like way too normal to be a monster. It looks more like a wild animal. It's very much reminiscent of the Ape Man, where the Ape Man is literally just a gorilla. Colonel Henry Thornwald, that was his name. Yeah, Zapdos is better. And more threatening. Also more racism for Native Americans because of the brown face moment. Also no Thunderbird, like why not? Why Scooby-Doo can't do Native American culture right? The Willowa did come close. Penguins, bird minions are better? Yep. I meant heat and smoke. Okay. You mean the Bombardier beetle? That's probably what they meant. Okay, so The giant eagle, not a very iconic monster. Honestly, forget this episode even exists until Cartoon Network reran it. The giant eagle is a dud. Not that intimidating a monster. It's basically just a giant wild animal, and the twist really makes no sense. It was the government all along using this bird as a smokescreen to hide their conspiracy when they could have just restricted the area. Yeah, total dud demon. Easily one of the weaker monsters of the show. Okay, next, somebody wanted the Chinese dragon. Let's bump off our last dragon. The Chinese dragon. The Scooby gang go to China. Why? Because Shaggy needs his Duckman repaired. Yeah, Shaggy has a toy that was made in China, and rather than give it to some American branch of the company, they go all the way to China to find the toy maker to fix his Duckman doll. Or his duck dude, that's what it was called. The Chinese dragon happens to stumble upon the gang because Shaggy saw it steal something. The Chinese dragon is actually an entire group of Chinese acrobats posing as a Chinese dragon. They were like in the fair and mimic their dragon coming to life. So the Chinese dragon might be our first prototype. Yeah, we finally get the other variation of dragon, the Chinese dragon, which is a cool design, but again, not one of my favorite villains. The Chinese dragon is actually a bunch of Chinese acrobats controlling it and doing this weird larger-than-life kaiju stuff. Unfortunately, it made a lot less sense than the dinosaur and Moto Shandu, at least like they do explain that both these are mechanical. Here, it's literally a Chinese dragon from a Chinese New Year parade repurposed into a monster. Shaggy was apparently there when they stole this very priceless ring pop jewel. The dragon was stealing this jewel, and the leader thinks Shaggy saw his face and is afraid that he can identify him, that he can pin him to the crime. So the dragon is attacking Shaggy and Scooby all episode, while this mysterious Chun-Li looking girl is saving and flirting with Shaggy. It's actually a pretty cute episode, but the monster is easily the weakest part. The only bright side of the Chinese dragon is that it's very sparkly. Yeah, Shaggy's a chick magnet. Yeah, Shaggy gets to score with Chun-Li. She did kind of look like Chun-Li, honestly. Okay, duck guy, thank you. I know he's called Duck something. I like the giant bird better than the ape man. Okay, you're the first, Fatal Waffle. I heard there is a bird that stabs its prey into the tree branches. That is hardcore. Yeah, Scooby has a cousin. Scooby had a dog that looked like him, but all of Scooby's family looked like him. Yeah, chick magnet Shaggy. Okay, so I want to clarify, the episode itself is not bad. The villain, nothing too special. The villain shows up, gets into kaiju chase scenes with Shaggy and Scooby. Shaggy is flirting and being hit on by this Chun-Li looking girl. Her name's Mei Ling, which is funny because that's also a Darkstalkers character. Yeah, Mei Ling, she's this Chun-Li looking acrobat girl. We're led to believe that she might be the monster, but no, it's actually her troupe. Mei Ling is running with an evil gang of Chinese acrobats, and they're all after Shaggy. She's been showing up basically to protect him because she likes him. She falls for his Roger's charm, and she's trying to protect them. The troop turns on her, takes her hostage, and Shaggy and the gang decide to save her, where we have another kaiju fight. They build a giant robo-duck dude. Yeah, they get another duck guy, and they have this mecha duck fighting the evil dragon. It's a pretty crazy episode. Fred actually manages to catch them by accidentally unleashing a trap on them. They're defeated, and honestly, the suspects are also not very interesting. I know Mei Ling is very well liked because of her crush on Shaggy, but the villains don't really get any personality. They don't speak English. They were basically thieves trying to steal a ring, and Mystery Inc. interfered with them. That's the only reason why the dragon was after them. The Chinese dragon looks more like a water dragon than a festival dragon from China. Kinda does. Like, it's a shame that no twist villain that she's Mei Ling from Darkstalkers. It's not Duck Man, it's Duck Dude. My mistake, okay. Are all their trips funded by Daphne's, or does Daphne fund them herself? Daphne's parents probably pay for everything. Daphne's rich, okay? Fred's uncle is also rich. He does have a rich, successful uncle somewhere. The gang either get money from Daphne or her family, or one of their successful relatives pays for their visit. E.G. Daly. Yeah, she voiced Mei Ling. Please do the Titanic twist next. Okay. Yeah, he does have a very sparkly design. This dragon, not very intimidating. I think he looks too colorful and way too cutesy to be a Scooby monster. He does breathe fire and threaten the gang at times, but the bright colors do not make him look as threatening as Moto Shandu or the Red Eyes Black dragons do. The dragon is also kind of anticlimactically defeated by the duck guy Megazord. Yeah, they fight in like a mecha duck and it beats up the dragon basically. It is kind of a more goofy climax, but hey, I know Scooby-Doo's a kid's show at heart. Yeah, Mei Ling has a crush on Shaggy. I think they imply Shaggy did have feelings for her. Duck dude. Are you saying all dogs are the same? Are you saying the animators copy and paste the overlay textures? No. The Chinese dragon, yeah. Ling Ming Candy Ring. Yeah, that's what it's called. Moyer Cork Plater. Okay, I thought it was Gwendolyn Yao. The Ling Toy Company, giant expanding toys. Yeah, they framed the toy maker because he had these toys that can grow and expand to kaiju size, and that's what the gang believe the dragon are. It turns out, no, it wasn't. It was actually a fair dragon converted into a monster, but it was being run by multiple people. Maybe since Asian dragons are colorful, and Scooby ate the candy ring. Yeah, either Scooby is gonna have to be waiting for a huge dump to dump it out, or the Chinese government are gonna let him go. Yeah, okay, so the Chinese dragon, prototype. Not one of the best dragons the show ever cooked up. The episode itself is fine, but I think the villain is not very impressive, and we have seen worse giant monsters. I mean, before this episode, Shaggy turned into Godzilla, so they already had huge shoes to fill. So this will be our first on the prototype. Which of Fred's uncles? I think some of them are that world equivalent of some celebrities. Yeah, Bobby Flay is related to Fred. Yeah, Scooby ate the candy ring. Pretty funny. Yeah, some of Fred's relatives I know are rich. He had like this uncle in like he had like this uncle in Europe, I believe, and he like owned a rich mansion or a castle or something. Okay, so what to do next? I remember somebody said Titanic twist. Okay. The Titanic twist. Alright, might disappoint some people, but the evil monster wrestler going on to mid-monster. I'll put him above the dinosaur and the Goldar guy. This is the Titanic twist, the ghost of a wrestler who suffered a wrestling move so fatal it twisted his body and killed him. This is actually a pretty unique design for a monster. The Scooby Gang goes to the WWE. Yeah, really, there's a lot of wrestler parodies, there's a lot of former wrestlers, a lot of funny businessmen. Daphne and Velma become sexy girl wrestlers. That is one of the highlights of this episode. But the monster is the Titanic twist. This undead purple guy whose body was so horribly mangled he has both his arms on one side of his body. I will give credit, this is a very creative design, but not one of my favorite monsters. I think he's alright. Basically, the Titanic twist is harassing and attacking the wrestlers at the WWE, and the Scooby Gang are brought in to solve the mystery. I remember that Toon Grin hated that monster. He did? Okay. It's because of the kids. I love that the two kids got away with their plan despite the meddling kids, so they basically won. Yeah. So the Titanic twist is attacking the wrestlers, and we find out it's really one of the wrestlers' children. The kids want their father to quit and spend time with them and retire before he gets hurt. The kids are son and daughter of this Rowdy Roddy Piper looking wrestler. That's who he reminded me of. This Rowdy Roddy Piper guy, voiced by John DiMaggio. He's a father who's not giving up his wrestling championship. He's still fighting, and the kids wanted to basically sabotage him and scare him into quitting. They're attacking his competitors, they're trying to intimidate him, and he's not budging, which is why they go on a rampage and fight the gang. So, it is pretty funny seeing the Scooby-Doo gang in the wrestling show. Scooby and Shaggy running through all the cage matches. Daphne and Velma as sexy girl wrestlers. I'm Bookworm and she's Fashion Sense. Yeah, that was kind of their names. Was it Fashion Sense or Fashion Statement? I think it was Fashion Sense. Yeah, we had to see sexy Daphne and Velma dressed as girl wrestlers and fighting Gina Carano. A lot of allusions and references to famous wrestlers, some that might fly over your head if you don't watch wrestling. I swear the dad is supposed to be Rowdy Roddy Piper because he looked like him, but some people told me he was another guy. This is William Afton if he escapes the spring lock. Yeah. Looks like Gollum. Kind of, but the two hands are on one side. Yeah, fun fact, WrestleManiacs is also used in a pup named Scooby-Doo. That is fun. So, tying that canon together. Yeah, the kids were trying to sabotage the wrestler dad and scare him, and it actually worked. The Scooby Gang defeat and unmask the monster in a cage match gone wrong, and it turns out that the dad realizes that the kids are right. It is time for him to hang up the belt and be a good father and spend more time with his kids. And then they have, like, the weird goodbye wrestling match, yeah, which Scooby somehow wins. Really fun episode. I think the villain has a unique design, but nothing too interesting about him personality-wise. Basically a big psychotic brute chasing around the Scooby Gang. The two arms on one side is creative. The kids are like standing on top of each other, like hiding in the costume. They have one arm on one side. Really like the gross design of him, but that's really about it. I wouldn't say he's one of my favorite villains. He is just a mid-monster in my eyes. What's New Scooby-Doo had some dark and gruesome backstory flashbacks for each of their ghost villains. Fully agree, Joseph. There was some hardcore horror movie origins here. What a wholesome twist. Yep, it's a happy twist ending. The kids are kind of let off the hook because their dad forgives them and makes amends with them. The Titanic twist is horrifying. Yep, it's body horror. The body horror is what makes him scary. Not just the arms, but also his face. Yeah, his face is also twisted if you can't see it. His, like, jaw is stretched out and his skull is, like, chipped at one side. Really gross. Malachi Crunch. Yeah, Daphne and Velma as wrestlers is hot. It definitely was. Malachi Crunch, first name is Jewish. There was a time Scooby and the crew went to WWE and encountered a ghost bear. Yeah, and they met the Invisible Man, John Cena! Dun, 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 dun. Like haunted AI hotels and nightmare fuel. Yeah, that one was creepy. Scooby-Doo did beat Kane in WWE movies, so it works in the end of the episode. Like, how did they pass Cartoon Network censorship? I talked about Daphne and Velma as sexy wrestlers. I do think they might have let that one off the hook because they're not too scandalous. They're like wearing gymnastics uniforms, and it is kind of comedic because Daphne was getting beat up earlier, and she manages to outsmart the wrestler by going after a fashion sale. Or Velma helped, though. Scooby-Doo, a pup named Scooby-Doo. If you're wondering about the Titanic twist, we don't see how these monsters get horribly killed or mangled, so that's probably explains how. But yeah, this one going on to mid-monster. I think it's fine. Not one of my favorites. Honestly, not the worst ever. I think the eagle was lazy, but this one, if you like it, that's fine. Me, not one of my top demons. Really wholesome episode, though, for a WWE one. Also, Toon Grin was so focused on hating this episode that he didn't focus on the body horror. Yeah, that's really what made him stand out. The gross, twisted, mangled body from suffering a wrestling attack, that definitely helped elevate the nightmare fuel. We got 3 dark ones and the farmer demon is dark. Okay. Dark origins for villains with death. Yeah, a lot of them. Alright, let's move on. Okay, so another one going on Dud Demon is the Magician Ghost. Okay, I also like this episode, but the monster kind of a letdown. This is the ghost of the ghost of the magician, who is also going on Dud Demon. I'll put him above the eagle at least. So, the Scooby Gang go to Las Vegas. We find out that there's a magic act that went horribly wrong. This magician, voiced by Steve Bloom, allegedly died, and his ghost returns haunting the Las Vegas hotel. The Scooby Gang, of course, investigate to find out what's going on, and it turns out that the Magic Man is actually alive. This is all an elaborate hoax, but there's an impersonator who stole his identity and is trying to besmirch and ruin his legacy. It turns out this evil magician is attacking people, scaring people off, and ruining a bunch of magic acts. And we meet a whole bunch of wackier suspects in this episode. The Las Vegas episode, it is good, but has some really kooky moments. That's his name, thank you. The ghost of Rufus Rocus. Yeah, he's the magician. Yeah, so I really love magic. I love magic episodes. Zatanna is one of my ultimate waifus, so of course I do. So Scooby-Doo exploring the magic acts, definitely a fun idea to me. This is a fun episode, but the villain is really lame. Basically, it's a guy in a suit with this luchador mask. Allegedly, Rufus wore this mask before he pulled a Harry Houdini act, so that's why it's covering their face. This is an evil magician who seems to be flying and levitating and throwing fireballs at people like a Saiyan, attacking and scaring all the customers and ruining the magic show. The manager is afraid he's gonna have to shut down Rufus's wing and stop hosting acts here at the hotel, but the gang are here to help solve the mystery. I have a secret fear of magic, but this episode was mean-spirited to Scooby and Shaggy. Yeah, it kinda was. There's also that weird Rip Taylor magician. Another reason he's on Dud Demon is because the magician is actually still alive. Yeah, so it's not the actual Rufus. It is somebody who stole his identity and is trying to ruin his legacy. Who is it? Well, they try to pretend it's this weird Rip Taylor looking magician and the manager, but it turns out no, it was actually Rufus's lovely assistant. His hot magic girl assistant was actually jealous of him and his success and was trying to ruin his career and ruin the competition so she could make her own magic act. She was envious of her boss's success and how she couldn't make it as her own magician. Yep. It was an evil, entitled woman trying to ruin a man's success. Only in fiction, right? So yeah, this girl was the lovely assistant to Rufus, and basically she knew he was still alive and basically lied to him to keep him hidden while she impersonated him. She had like magnets in her boots, had like pyrotechnics in her sleeves to mimic his tricks. The lovely assistant was impersonating Rufus and trying to ruin his reputation and career and make herself her own magician. She gets captured when the Scooby Gang use magnets to stop her hover boots, basically. Again, kind of anticlimactic, but honestly what disappointed me the most is this design is not that intimidating. They tried to make her mask look kind of skull-like, but it is very basic. This is like a really basic Scooby monster, especially for what's new Scooby-Doo. Looks slightly better than all of Hawkmoth's costumes combined. Yeah. It's a girl named Valivia Flanders. Do the San Fran Psycho next. Okay, we will. Imagine if there was a Scooby-Doo episode that involves a ghost train or ghost locomotive. Was there ever one? I know they had train chases. Yeah, the one with Scooby-Dum and Scooby-D. The Griffin from the Magic School Scooby-Doo movie looks more intimidating compared to the giant eagle. Yeah, it does, because it looks more otherworldly. Philida Flanders. Okay. Rats, the musical is a reference to Cats, the musical. Also, Daphne Blake as a magic assistant is hot. Yeah, this version of Daphne was peak hot, okay? I think she was actually hotter than the Mystery Incorporated Daphne, but that's because this version of Daphne is a legal adult. Also, I love the magician's costume. He looks pretty dope. Yeah, he does. The real Rufus actually looks pretty cool. His monster form, kind of generic. It's like just a guy in a suit wearing what's supposed to be like a skull-like mask. He wore this mask doing like his Harry Houdini stunts where he would escape from an inescapable trap, and they kind of like convert it into like a scary face, but it really did nothing for me. This monster was just not intimidating, even though I really love magic and it's like shooting fireballs at them. The monster, not super memorable. That's my big problem. Easily a dud demon. It's a monster that looks just like a normal guy in a ski mask. A real ghost magician can do real magic tricks and not fake ones like she did. Yeah, well, yeah, Rufus actually did have real magic. His cat, like, was walking and disappearing like the Cheshire Cat. Ghost rig in the mystery ink. Why not prove she can be a great magician instead of trying to ruin another magician's reputation? Good point, Bat-Kid. I believe it's because she was secretly envious of this guy, which is why she was so petty. She wanted, like, to take him down and prove that he was nothing compared to her first, which is what makes her more of a villain. It, like, gives her a petty, evil reason to strike back at her boss. Yeah, she wasn't justified, so it made her more guilty. But yeah, still, dud demon. The design did nothing for me, and I like her motivation because of how petty it is, but that's really it. The character, not very deep and interesting, just jealous, envious coworker wanted to ruin her boss's reputation. Yeah, and basic design, dud demon for sure. Okay, somebody wanted the San Fran Psycho. The San Fran Psycho, the escaped convict who was eaten by sharks and lost his hand during a breakout from Alcatraz. San Fran Psycho... Okay, trying to move this thing, but my computer's taking forever. Ah, sorry, it launched him too high. Okay, San Fran Psycho. Going on to cool costume. Yeah, I'll put him above the dragon just because his backstory is pretty dope. The zombie magician from the Powerpuff Girls was way more scary than this ghost magician design. Absolutely. Alright, I'm back from making some ramen noodles. What I missed? We talked about Ghost Rufus, the Chinese dragon, and the Titanic twist. We're now on the San Fran Psycho. The Scooby Gang goes to San Francisco. So apparently the Scooby Gang is friends with this Turbo Ranger Justin knockoff. They have this kid hero who's partaking in a skateboarding competition. There's a skateboard competition on Alcatraz Island. However, the competition is being haunted by the ghost of an escaped convict, the San Fran Psycho. So, this guy actually has a pretty dark backstory. He was an evil convict who was held in Alcatraz prison back when it was still an operational prison. He tried to break out, he tried to steal a boat, he went across the ocean only to be attacked by sharks, and allegedly he died during this daring prison escape. He like lost his hand, you can't see, he has like a hook hand on his right arm. He drowned at sea and was lost forever. They never found the body, and it's believed his ghost would come back if they ever tried to disturb Alcatraz Island. And of course, there's a skateboarding competition here where the San Fran Psycho returns and is attacking the skateboarding kids. It turns out, what else? It's a rival trying to sabotage the competition. There's a lot of kooky suspects. Once again, Waffles voice actor is in this. There's a lot of rival skateboarders, a lot of judges. There's this weird Blue Man Group parody, I believe, in this episode. Is it this episode? I think it is. Like, the Red Persons Troupe. They're like a parody of the Blue Man Group back when that was a thing. They think somebody's trying to sabotage the competition, and of course the gang get into wacky antics trying to prove who it is. He died in a family picture. Yeah, his origin is dark. It wasn't aired on Cartoon Network first, Akira. It was aired on Kids WB. Back then, Kids WB had balls. Alcatraz is a legendary prison. It was, but they kind of shut it down. Personally, I think they should reopen it, but that's America for you. You ought to do the pumpkin farmer things or the ghost van next. Okay, we will. Like the different in the VHS movie sequel, Dante the Great more than Dante the Lame Magician. Yeah. Also, Ryan Schreckler is the skateboarder. It's based on Clint Morris's escape. Okay, I did not know that. This guy should have been a real monster. He should have been a real killer in Scooby-Doo, and the real Clint Morris. That's his name, by the way. Okay, didn't know that. Clint Morris, or his ghost, basically. So, this has one of the funniest twists, I will say. I do like this guy. He's actually chasing the gang and seemingly like riding and appearing out of nowhere. Love the hook hand. Love the decrepit old zombie look. This guy is basically a real walking corpse. He's a zombie of a guy covered in seaweed, always dripping wet, has a hook hand, chasing after the gang like the fisherman killer, basically. Really unique design and a really creepy backstory. That definitely wins him points and puts him on cool costume. So, who is the San Fran Psycho? It turns out to be Nika Futterman. Yeah, Nika Futterman. She plays this fangirl to one of the skateboarders and was trying to sabotage her crush's competition, but also because she was pissed off that she was denied entry in the competition. She's an amateur newbie skateboarder who was pissed off and lashing out at the competition because she believed they were sexist and denying her because she was a girl. They don't let girls skateboard. And they hilariously point out that this is all BS because there's literally girl skateboarders in the competition. No, they hilariously show you why. She wasn't rejected because she was a girl. She just sucks. Yeah, really, she sucks. Like, Nika Futterman tries to ride a skateboard and show she can skateboard like the guys, and she can't even stand on there for like 5 seconds. Yeah, she's like tripping comedically on the skateboard. Wait, I can do it. I can do it. And she just fails every time. Basically, a talentless athlete that wanted to join the competition but rejected her because she was a talentless athlete. Who's the purple monster with the snake-like monster? Purple monster, I think that's the Phantom of the Studio. Sorry, just catch up on comments. And the culprit was a girl named Rudy Bainez. Yeah. We got Alligator Alcatraz. It's a woman. Like, this is the name Karen is considered taboo. I've met people named Karen who are nothing like her. Her name, I know, isn't Karen, but I think you get the point. Yeah, basically, Nika Futterman plays this uptight Karen girl who believes that she was denied entry in skateboarding because of her gender. No, they point out that's complete BS. There are girls in this competition. She attacked one of them. They rejected her because she fails at skateboarding. She's a talentless athlete that wanted to join an athletic competition, which she was not good at, which honestly kind of made this episode better. This was like way ahead of its time. Basically, an athlete who's not good at the sport was complaining and lashing out because they were denied, even though they didn't have the skill or talent to join it. Yeah, basically, the San Fran Psycho is ironically defeated by skateboarding. Scooby and Shaggy get into a chase scene, and because Nika Futterman sucks at boarding, she wipes out and crashes, and they unmask her. Yeah, it is actually a pretty funny episode, and honestly, I think this motive has creepily held up well all these years later. You're like constantly seeing on social media or stories all these athletes complaining that they were denied entry or abusing like their gender or their identity to get ahead and lashing out, claiming that, oh, it's intolerance why I can't be a pro athlete, when in reality, no, it is realistic setbacks on their own end. Suck it, skateboard. Stakeboard. Yeah, she was basically a Karen. This guy should have been... Okay, read that one. Sorry, just catch up on comments. Like, Alex Kubel is a cool skater and she's a girl. Yeah, Bun X, she's awesome. But you know the difference? She was actually mastered boarding and shredding. Nika Futterman's character clearly did not. She was like clearly a fangirl that watched other people do it and thought she could do it. I think that was the angle they were going for. It's like, well, she had a crush on the guy skateboarder the gang were friends with. She actually spared him throughout all this rampage, which was a huge clue that the Psycho was not after him. She had a crush on this border guy and wanted to be like him, but it turns out she lacked the skill. A purple blacksmith orange, yeah. It seems even the judge knows about the prisoner, so she dressed up as a zombie of his body. It's implied it's a legend the whole town knows. Great, a stan yandere and an entitled jerk. They are the worst, also feminist extremists. Those who say they should get in because DEI reasons. Yeah, that's exactly what she was. Kind of a prototype to that. Imagine what the San Fran Psycho's kills would look like. Sorry, that comment is dark. Yeah, it really is, Monica, but you're a bear. It's in your nature. Wow, didn't recognize Asajj Ventress in this. It was one of Nika Futterman's clearly early roles. She was like starring in bit parts and stuff. She plays the girl who was the San Fran Psycho. She actually was kind of simping for this boy and wanted to be like him, but no, she sucked at skateboarding and was basically taking her rage out on this competition and sabotaging rivals. So, the San Fran Psycho, actually a pretty cool monster, I will say. Definitely very threatening, very cool design, and a hilarious twist that was just a loony fangirl who failed at life. Easily one of the cool costume villains. Alright, somebody wanted the killer scarecrows. Okay, these guys, I will also be putting onto cool costume. Yeah, I'll put them under the snowman at least. These are the evil scarecrows. The Scooby-Doo has a Halloween special. They go back to like Kansas or Nebraska or something. They visit Velma's relatives for Halloween. Velma's aunt and uncle live in a town which goes crazy for Halloween, has a lot of hardcore celebrations. However, their town faces a real haunting when the ghost of this dead man the town tried to forget and purge from memory placed a curse on their town every Hallows Eve, and the scarecrows come to life and go on a killing spree. The scarecrows are very obviously revealed to be robots. They grow like saw blade hands and pitchfork claws. Really cool designs. They look like the Batman scarecrow, which is pretty funny. Alcatraz was still proved possible to escape as 3 prisoners did it. That's probably why they shut it down. This was made before DI was even a thing, and we didn't listen. Yeah. Now it's kind of funny how well that episode has held up. Like, what happened to the first skater at the beginning of the episode? She was, like, attacked, and I believe she was just hospitalized. This episode clearly took inspiration from Goosebumps. Absolutely. This is the Scarecrow Walks at Midnight, mixed a little with Sleepy Hollow. There's a ghost of this guy who used to live in town, and the town basically didn't listen to him. They wrote him off as like a creepy, kooky weirdo, and he allegedly haunts the town, placing a curse on it. And the curse is what people believe are bringing these scarecrows to life. The jack-o'-lanterns are going on like a killing terrorist spree, attacking the town, burning crops, and hilariously leaving crop circles with Halloween logos everywhere. There's like a witch, a jack-o'-lantern, a black cat. Really kooky episode. Yeah, Daphne was jealous with Marcy. It turns out the jack-o'-lanterns are robots. The scarecrow people are robots that are on a killing spree under command of Velma's cousin Marcy, played weirdly by Jeanette McCurdy. Yeah, I never thought I'd see her on a children's Scooby-Doo show, but yeah, Marcy is actually in command of all the tech and holograms attacking their town, including our scarecrow bots here. It turns out Marcy was envious and pissed off that people forgot Halloween was her birthday. She was born on Halloween, and people shun and forget her in favor of the spooky holiday, so she's taking her aggression out on town and ruining the holiday as petty revenge. And I do like Marcy's girl rivalry with Daphne. She's like flirting with Fred, is much cooler with the gang, and for really no reason acting catty towards Daphne. Yeah, and Kiss is in this episode. Mostly Paul Stanley. They got like Kiss impersonators for the other guys. I think Tom Kenny voiced one of them. Ruby Rose's birthday is on Halloween too. That explains why she looks like a goblin. Yeah, Kiss is in this episode. I did check the credits. They got Paul Stanley, but they did not get the other guys. They got a sound-alike for Gene and Spaceman. I think Tom Kenny voiced one of the impersonators. This is the only episode I don't have on DVD or VHS. I have the Snowman episode on VHS and the Clone episode on my Season 1 DVD set. Oh, the Clown episode. Okay, Clown. Yeah, I like Daphne and Marcy's petty girl rivalry. It was funny. It's so funny seeing catty Daphne. Like, Marcy low-key calls Daphne ugly, is trying to steal her man Fred, and they're also always poking fun at each other. Daphne thinks Marcy is the monster. We find out she's right, but she doesn't have proof of it yet, which leads to a lot of fun banter between them. Of course, Scooby and Shaggy are attacked by these scarecrow things all the time, and once again, very fun episode, like the chase scenes. The scarecrows are threatening. The only reason why they're not on S tier is because their weakness is pretty pitiful. They are stopped by water. These are like weird Halloween Terminators, and water or anything wet is what short circuits and kills them. That is the one glaring weakness I don't like. Like, Scooby literally takes them out by spraying them with a hose, and they knock a punch bowl onto one. It is kind of a lame weakness. Yeah, I know machines not being waterproof has always been a thing, but it's like so cool seeing how creepy these things were. They have like flamethrower hands and all those bladed weapons, and really a drip of water short circuits and kills them. Oh, also there's a reluctant werewolf reference in here when they're chasing Shag and Scoob. Shaggy disguises himself as the reluctant werewolf at one point to distract the robots. Like, this version of Marcy is not hot dog water. Nope, it's not. I guess Marcy was a common name for Velma. The Goosebumps scarecrows are scarier, as they are real scarecrows and not robots. And they were also kind of unstoppable. You needed a shredder to kill them. Agree, V Scorpio. Yeah, Cosmo's actor was the Cowardly Lion. Honestly, buddy, it's like you don't have a brain. Question, does everyone who was born on a holiday like Halloween feel like they were left out and forgotten? I don't think everyone is like that, but Marcy definitely started to get pissed off. She was, like, upset that the town was celebrating Halloween more than her, and she was, like, the corn princess, and people still didn't remember it was her birthday. Do the headless snowman next. Okay. And still no female headless horseman, like we almost have it. Nope, not yet. So, anyways, I think the scarecrows were actually pretty fun villains, very threatening. They went on a rampage that was actually lethal and threatening, so definitely points there. Unfortunately, the weakness is what held them back a level, but we'll put them on a cool costume. Alright, next, the headless snowman. Ooh, probably gonna upset some people, but I never really found this guy super scary. I'm gonna put him on mid-monster. Yeah, I can feel the hate comments coming in. So, the Scooby-Doo Christmas special is a fun and heartwarming special, but the monster, I thought he was fine. The Scooby Gang go on Christmas vacation. And what do you know, they chance upon a town with a mystery. There's a headless snowman terrorizing this mountain town up in the wilderness. So, this guy does have a pretty creepy backstory and a creepy intro. It turns out, there was once upon a time, there was this evil highwayman slash burglar who stole the entire town's gold and tried to hide in the forest. He was chased by an angry mob and ended up dying, freezing to death. This evil highwayman hid the town's gold somewhere only he knew of and where to find, and he was trying to dodge interrogation from the town, and in a really dark backstory, he died freezing to death, and I guess the snow shaped a snowman over his corpse, but yeah, the townsfolk found him dead. It's the only time we see a dead body in this show. The highwayman died freezing out in the cold, frozen ghost style, but nobody ever found his hidden loot. Then, in modern day, the snowman, believed to be the ghost of the highwayman, returns in the form of this evil, headless killer snowman. Yeah, as you can see, he clearly has a head. The snowman apparently has the power to throw his head like a stabbing cannonball is a pretty trippy villain. Frank Welker uses his Megatron voice for this character, which was very funny. So the Scooby Gang chance upon this mountain town, and of course run afoul of the snowman. He chases them. The snowman has a really creepy presence, I will say. Every time he appears, it gets colder. He, turns out like all the warmth and fireplaces. He shows up seemingly out of nowhere and can make shapes out of the snow. He chucks his head like a weapon, and apparently he has the world's sharpest carrot on his nose because it almost stabs people. I thought the headless snowman looks huggable, then scary. Is that weird? Not weird at all. Honestly, I didn't find him that scary because it's a snowman. It's a freaking snowman. They gave him sharp teeth and Megatron's voice, but that was not enough for me. The snowman, looks way too cute and friendly, and during chase scenes, he also has a lot of funny comedic moments. Yeah, Jack Frost. If I had a nickel for every time Daphne Blake gets jealous with a blonde girl, I get 2 nickels, which isn't enough, but weird it happened twice. I'm having my birthday and Tooth Fairy Day. I didn't know the Tooth Fairy had a day. Imagine a Scooby-Doo episode or movie that involves Rogugaru or a yokai or the Flatwoods Monster, something like a skinwalker. That'd be pretty dark. The headless snowman was cool, pun intended. Very clever, Fatal Waffle. When I first saw the Headless Snowman episode, it kind of scared me as a kid. Well, I think it's the evil psycho smile. The jump scare at the beginning is the one time he's scary, but the rest of the episode, not so much. The Scooby Gang get into wacky antics, he chases them around, kind of falls for a lot of comedic traps and tricks, which made it more funnier than scary to me. So, who is the snowman? Well, he's actually like the descendant of this guy the highwayman robbed. It turns out there's this professor guy who lives in the area. He hates Christmas. It's never explained why until the end. He actually stole the highwayman's identity because he was trying to find the treasure. The gold belonged to his ancestor. He had an ancestor who was a millionaire who had all the gold back in the day, and the highwayman basically stole it all. He stole his family's wealth, his family's legacy, and he used the snowman identity to tear apart the town until he found where the highwayman hid the fortune. The highwayman hid the gold somewhere in, the chimneys. And in a twist, we find out the gold wasn't in the chimneys. The gold was the chimneys. The highwayman made all these gold bricks, covered in ash and soot, to hide them as chimneys connected to people's cabins. Yeah, that's how he got away with hiding the gold. He hid them within plain sight. The highwaymen, dripped them in mud and dirt and built chimneys on all these houses, somehow with nobody realizing, and basically the gold was hidden within plain sight. He was tearing apart at the wrong place, thinking that the chimneys stored the gold, but no, they were the gold. He's defeated when the Scooby Gang used a giant heater machine to melt him. Of course, there's a Wicked Witch reference where Megatron says, "I'm melting." It turns out the snowman was this weird remote control vehicle. It's shaped like a pyramid, but he was able to use his science and technology to mimic the snow motioning and moving like he was controlling it with ice powers. The machine was actually a vehicle disguised as the snowman, and he was looking in the wrong places. But it ends on a surprise, happy twist ending. It turns out that the kids one of the kids forgives him, tells him that he forgives him and gives him a Christmas present, his family's stolen gold. And the professor feels that Christmas magic and realizes he was wrong and apologizes to town, kind of in an Ebenezer Scrooge type of way, and says he wants to repay the town. They drop all charges because I guess he repays them back. He promises to give them the gold and pay for renovations for their new houses. He's giving the gold to the entire town and paying for their houses to be rebuilt after he destroyed them. And it ends on a happy, lucky Christmas time ending. Akira's talking about the horror movie. Oh, Jack Frost from that movie. Okay. It was originally called Ho Ho Horror. Really, the snowman scared you, huh, Joseph? He was scary in the intro, but after that he kind of turned into a joke. This is the only goose. This is what we'll get. This is the only thing we'll get close enough to Goosebumps' book, Beware the Snowman. Okay. The snowman from this or from Courage the Cowardly Dog? I might go with the Courage the Cowardly Dog one. He had that awesome song. Is it really headless? If it's the head of a normal snowman, it should have something like a head like... I wish Goosebumps got a villain of ice and snow in their actual show. Well, the abominable snowman of Pasadena would have been really expensive to have, and they never got around to the killer snowman episode. Like Yuki Onna is scary unless it's Yuki Me. Like imagine Scooby Gang meet Yuki Oba, or Yuki Onna. Why not prove that the gold belongs to his family instead of terrorizing the town? Well, he also didn't know where it is. That's kind of the big thing. He didn't know where the gold is, and he never really explained it to him. They do say that the professor has become very cynical over time, and it's implied he didn't like the town at first, which is why he's destroying it, because he felt that the town owed him, basically. It was his ancestor who was robbed, and nobody seemed to care that his family's lives were in ruins after they went bankrupt from losing their gold. Maybe because I was 5 years old. Okay. I mean, that is an age that's very easily scareable. Yeah, monster idea from Scooby-Doo, Kikisake Onna, the slit-mouth woman. And it might be too graphic for Scooby-Doo, but I can see it happening. So, I'm gonna be busy as 8 minutes, so Batkid do the rest of the tier list. Okay, see you again, Akira, when you make it back. Alright, to wrap up, the Christmas monster, I think it's fine. Not one of my favorite monsters. I love Megatron's voice. He's scary in the opening, and they do give him these cool ice powers, but he's also kind of a total joke, and I think he looks more too cute and adorable as the story goes on. They make the snowman a lot more comedic, so going on to mid-tier, he is a B-list monster in my eyes. Alright, somebody wanted to do the Mystery Machine. It's mean, it's green, it's the Mystery Machine. Yep, the Scooby-Doo show does Christine. The Mystery Machine comes alive and tries to kill the gang. So, the Mystery Machine coming to life is a cool concept, but when you get down to it, it's still kind of a car. This one I will put onto cool costume. Yeah, I know, ironic considering it's not a costume. Okay, somebody hacks the Mystery Machine, and it becomes knockoff Christine. If you don't know, this is based on the this is based on the Stephen King story, Christine. The story Stephen King wrote about a haunted car. In the story, the car comes to life, it terrorizes the owner and the neighbors around him, and basically Scooby-Doo does a parody of that story. The car that gets haunted, though, and comes to life is the Mystery Machine, where the Scooby Gang have to solve what's happening to their car before it's too late. I'm back, what'd I miss? Hey, Shadow Link, you made it on time. We're talking about the Haunted Mystery Machine. Yeah, we're talking about Scooby-Doo does Christine. So, the Mystery Machine gets hacked and comes to life. It seems like a ghost is possessing their mystery van and chasing down Mystery Inc. Christine style. The Scooby Gang actually explore the backstory and lore behind the Mystery Machine. Yeah, it turns out the car wasn't always Fred's tripped-up van. It actually belonged to a music group called the Mystery Kids. Apparently there was this 60s band who used to be on top of the world, and the Mystery Machine was their ride. However, one of the musicians mysteriously disappeared, and it's strongly hinted that he died. One of the musicians got into a fight with his band and stormed off, and he tragically passed away. They believe that this ghost musician is haunting their van for revenge, and the Scooby Gang, of course, go on a mystery for the first time without their cool ride. The Mystery Machine coming to life itself. Yeah, this was a fun one, definitely. I like that we get the origins of the Mystery Machine in this episode. Yeah, we do. The Mystery Machine actually has a deep backstory. Who would have thought? The Mystery Machine belonged to this band, and we're led to believe it's one of the bandmates getting back at Mystery Inc. for buying the car. It turns out who was behind the Mystery Machine coming to life? It was actually the band's stage mom manager. Kath Soucie plays like the mom. She's this uptight, very doofy manager character. She's a total stage mom. She's trying to get the band back together. Her kids have grown up from their singing days and want to abandon their careers, basically. They don't want to go on singing and be normal kids. There's this third sibling. He's the neglected brother. I think his name was Andy. Or Randy or something like that. Yeah, they all have the same name. Andy, Randy, and Mandy. They're the mystery kids. There's this one nerdy brother who feels left out by the family. It could be the stage mom. It could be the kids. And also the mechanic is like a total fanboy of the mystery kids band. He wants to buy the machine, and we're like tricked into believing he could be a suspect because he has like a collection and wants to add the mystery machine to it. I love the I do anything chase scene from Simple Plan. Yeah, back when they did all the music. What about Tiki Tiki, the ghost girl without her lower half? That could work. Yep, one of the many origins for the Mystery Machine. Like it's funny, like it's a hand-me-down. So, after the band fell apart, we believe the van was eventually sold to Fred. Fred just got his hands on it, and I do kind of love how they make fun of the Mystery Machine a lot. What will we do without a Mystery Machine? Get a mystery SUV? My brother really loved that line. So, again, the Mystery Machine, very much Christine. They destroy, like, the front grill of it, so it gets that psychotic monster mouth, exactly like Christine had. It's following the kids, nearly running them over. We find out the stage mom actually learned, like, computer skills. She had, like, wireless internet and was able to hack the Mystery Machine. She planted a device on it to allow her to hack it remotely with a laptop, and apparently placed Christmas lights underneath the machine to simulate the green glow. I guess at no point in time did the mechanic or Fred ever look under the car to see the Christmas lights, but yeah, basically she hacked into it and it was all a publicity stunt. She wanted to have the van come to life in order to get the band back together and build up hype for the Mystery Kids' comeback tour. But the kids say, nope, they quit. They gave up long ago. The kids are like set up as red herrings because we see them like, giving respect to the dead musician's grave. I think he was their father. They imply that he had a close connection to them, and the episode never spells it out, but it's implied that he's the dad. I mean, he looks exactly like the nerdy guy Randy. But yeah, the Mystery Machine, pretty fun monster. Likes that this thing is very dangerous. It nearly runs over the characters. And again, as a fan of the Christine story, it is very fun seeing Scooby-Doo of all shows parody Christine. So we'll put on a cool costume. Little did she know the band members made up their minds and wanted to part ways, so basically this was all for nothing in her case. Yeah, it was. Yeah, Randy Dinwiddie. So dark, like maybe. How about this, Akira? Scooby-Doo has to deal with an 8-foot woman. 8 foot is not that tall, man. I remember one of the songs of What's New Scooby-Doo was a Surf's Up, the video game. Yeah, okay. Another monster idea, Mask of the Red Death or the Knock of the White Girl. I can see Red Death happening. Okay, Mystery Machine, pretty cool. Put on cool costume. Alright, who to bump off next? I think I might also bump off the vampire dude. Vampire guy going on to prototype monster. Yeah, sorry, my computer's taking time to load it up, but I'm putting him on to prototype. There we go. This is the vampire trying to ruin the Hex Girls' music video. Yep, the Scooby Gang go to Transylvania because the Hex Girls are shooting a music video. Yeah, the best part about this episode, the Hex Girls come back with the exact same actresses. It is Jennifer Hale and Kimberly Brooks and the other girl, the drummer. The Hex Girls invite the Scooby Gang over to shoot a music video, but this video project is sabotaged by a vampire. And not one of my favorite vampires, honestly. I think they made him look a little too generic. They try to make him look like a Marilyn Manson, but it's more funny than it is creepy. Flash Flanagan was his name. Okay. And he owned the Mystery Machine. Okay, that explains why he doesn't, why they sold it off. I love the Hex Girls in this episode. I love the Hex Girls in everything. Well, except for Velma. Yeah, we all know the Hex Girls. We know them, love the music, love their designs, love their sexy voices. Hex Girls were definitely somebody's waifu. Yeah, as much as I like many of the vampire villains in Scooby-Doo, this one was weak. At least the Hex Girls were great to see again. Yeah. Okay, so the vampire himself is easily the weakest part of the episode. He is a threatening monster because he's crashing the Hex Girls' shoot. However, the design is not very good. I think they tried to make him look like Marilyn Manson, but it did not work. The Dreamcatcher looked creepier with Marilyn Manson's look. So the twist is, there's actually two vampires. In this episode, the vampire attacks. The gang actually catches him early in the episode. They lock him up. Who is the vampire? It turns out to be this privileged guy who used to own the castle. His parents were the ones who sold the castle, and he's like the prince of this castle. He returned back to basically terrify anyone coming to this kingdom because he wants to take it back. He apparently didn't like that his parents sold it off, and he's been trying to scare away everyone coming to it ever since, and basically reclaim his land back, even though it was sold off legally. He gets captured early, but we find out there's another vampire going around terrorizing the gang and the Hex Girls. They try to trick you into thinking something supernatural is going on because this guy's like locked up in the dungeon, yet the vampire is still getting out and appearing at two places at once. It turns out he has a twin brother who also looks like him and is also doing this vampire scheme with him, and it was another long, overly elaborate con to pretend there was a real vampire haunting the castle to ruin the new owner's real estate. Yeah, the Hex Girls are the best part, of course. We meet Thorn, Dusk, and Luna again. That's what you guys want me to talk about. Best part is this episode confirms that the witch's ghost is canon. The Hex Girls meeting the gang for the first time is referenced. They are total friends with the Scooby Gang. They don't go too much into continuity, so don't worry, but yeah, witch's ghost actually canon, and the Hex Girls become best friends of the gang in this, and in Mystery Incorporated. I know we all love the Hex Girls. Scooby-Doo also finally gets to kiss one of the Hex Girls, something they teased at in the movie but never concluded. Vampire and Daphne in bride clothing is funny. Yeah, Velma was in bride clothing too. All three of them are my personal waifus. You got good taste, Christopher. We all love the Hex Girls. They were hot, they were kick-ass, and yes, Jennifer Hale and her band do sing in this. I'm guessing she's not only a bad mom, but was also a bad wife, or she became a bad mom when her husband died. Yeah, she definitely did. They were in the show that doesn't exist. Yeah, the Hex Girls were in Velma. They did sadly get Jennifer Hale to come back, and don't worry, they ruined the Hex Girls in Velma too. Basically, they're washed up losers who never got to become famous like the real Thorn, Dusk, and Luna. They're rock stars who were famous for like 15 minutes of fame and then crashed out. Thorn's like a recovering drug addict and is now like 70 years old. They gave her like this really exaggerated old lady body just to destroy the sex appeal she had. And Dusk and Luna are Daphne's lesbian cop parents. Yeah, Velma sucks. Worst vampire ever. Yeah, they would have been more creative with the vampire like Carmilla Alucard. or even a better Dracula, or Dmitri Maximoff. They should have had Dmitri Maximoff or a knockoff version of him be the vampire, or you know, Blade. How funny would it be Scooby-Doo solving the mystery of Blade? There's like an evil Wesley Snipes looking vampire in this. Like Mocha from Rosario plus vampire is hotter. Yep. Yeah, diet vampire breath. My favorite Hex Girl is the one in green. I think it's supposed to be blue. Her name's Dusk. She's the drummer, right? The blonde Harley Quinn looking one. I love that the Hex Girls sing the intro to What's New Scooby-Doo. Yeah, that is a great part. The less we talk about the Velma show, the better. Fully agree. I do have to mention, though, that the Hex Girls were pretty much crapped on in that cartoon, too. But everything Scooby-Doo was ruined by that show. My favorite What's New Scooby-Doo movie has to be the Scarecrow one. Really, you like that one? I kind of like I think the Legend of the Vampire counted, but yeah. Just like the Dazzlings. Yeah, they are, but the Dazzlings also didn't have real talent. Don't get me started with the Velma show. Yeah, we might have to have a stream just us bashing the Velma show for like a few hours. You all can like let out your hate comments and all that inner pain from what they did to Scooby and the gang. That could be pretty fun. Us just talking about how much Velma sucks. Dmitri Maximoff is my husbando. He's such a hot vampire. You got good taste, Monica. Dmitri is cool. He's in the review coming up next. But yeah, Dmitri's one of my favorite vampires. I would love to see Scooby and the gang solving a mystery where they're fighting an evil Blade or a Dmitri parody. That would be pretty fun. Agree. Do the Lighthouse Keeper. Okay. Technically, Alucard, a Damphier. Don't remember how it's spelled. Yeah, I know Donovan is one of those. Don't do a tier list for Velma or even a review. It's that terrible, plus it's not even worth it and too much to say. Well, I just wanted to have people let it all out. It'd be pretty fun tearing it apart and telling you all the stupid crap that happens. I can't help but feel the Dazzlings were straight up inspired by the Hex Girls. Probably were, though they made Adagio a blonde instead of a sexy redhead like Thorn. Okay, anyways, Vampire, pretty much a dud. I'll put him on Prototype because I think it's funny that he looks like Marilyn Manson, and it is actually an interesting twist that there were two vampires all along, but that's about as much high praise as he's getting. He's going on to Prototype. Okay, looking for the monster you mentioned. The Lighthouse Keeper. Have you read Goosebumps books? I have a long time ago. I usually reread them for the reviews, though. Imagine Scooby and the gang meet Castlevania or something. Yahoo! Yahoo! I'm so glad the Phantom Virus is not in Velma. Can't imagine what he'll look like. He'd probably look like an internet troll. Okay, so somebody wants the Lighthouse Keeper, okay? Just drinking some water. Okay, Lighthouse Keeper. Going on to cool costume. Yeah, I thought this guy was pretty cool. So, what elevates him this high? The Lighthouse Keeper, really dark, gruesome backstory. The Lighthouse Keeper, the ghost, that is. The ghost was once this evil sea captain guy. He ran the lighthouse, and one day he tried to steal from the people he was supposed to help. He deactivated the lighthouse during a dark and stormy night, knowing that this ship with valuable treasure was coming ashore, and wanted this ship to crash. However, the storm was so violent, it actually killed him. Yeah, apparently God was paying attention and sent like a tree flying his way from a tsunami. The tree went through the lighthouse and sent him falling down 50 stories off his tower. And he died. It's believed his ghost still haunts the lighthouse, and apparently nobody's ever reopened it or tried to replace him and take his job again. The lighthouse is believed to be haunted by his spirit because of his horrible death. Of course, the Scooby Gang are here. They're visiting Fred's rich uncle or something and get wrapped up in a mystery. And I do kind of like this guy's design. Once again, like the San Fran Psycho, it's very zombie-like. He looks almost like a retro Morgan Moonscar. I think that's why I like him. He looks like Morgan Moonscar from Zombie Island, just given this Lighthouse Keeper uniform instead. Who's Dmitry Maximov? He's one of the characters from Darkstalkers. Don't worry, Bat Kid, I'm actually reviewing that. That one's coming out soon. Dmitry Maximov is a character from a fighting game called Darkstalkers, and he's a badass vampire. I'm so glad the Phantom Virus is not on Velma. Me too. Like, it looks cool that the Lighthouse Keeper got a Lego set. Oh, he did. I forgot that. Favorite Goosebumps book series in the franchise? You don't have to pick one series. You can pick many as you like. Okay. Love The Haunted Mask. I like Welcome to Dead House, the book, a little bit better because Stein's description of the zombies melting was gross. I do have a soft spot for Attack of the Mutant. That was one of the earliest books I read. And I do like the ghost camp one, where they go to the camp and all the kids are suffering body mutilations and not dying somehow. That one had a very visceral imagery. Have to go, my mom is calling. BRB. Bye, Monica. The Lighthouse Keeper looks much cooler with the glowing white eyes. Yeah, he does. He's got these weird glow-in-the-dark eyes and appears in shadows. So, the Scooby Gang are here investigating, and there's kind of a few fake-out characters, a few misdirections here and there. There's this weather team out there. They're like scoping the area and they're dressed like Men in Black and wearing enviro suits. There's a ghost ship out in the ocean with a projector. There's another ghost ship out there with like a robot skeleton crew. A lot of Pirates of the Caribbean homages here and there. And what made this episode really stick out is there's also, I kid you not, this evil counterpart to Velma. There's like this other smart science girl voiced by Grey DeLisle. She does her Mandy voice for this character. There's this evil Velma here in the episode, and she's also trying to solve the mystery and uncover what's going on, and this other Velma has a much better relationship with the Scooby Gang and causing Velma to lose her game and get hilariously jealous. And that actually kind of made me laugh. There's an evil counterpart to Velma of all characters. Bye, Bear. Can you do the mummy? We'll do him after. Piper's is finally a long-bearded creep that actually it was more convincingly scary than the minor 49er. Yeah, he was. There's actually two monsters in the episode. Yeah, the ghost ship full of the skeleton crew. So, I don't see the skeleton crew on here, but they are here. There's an evil skeleton crew out there in the ocean. It turns out there's a fake-out villain in this episode. D. Bradley Baker plays like this crazy fisherman with Captain Rex's voice. He's trying to find the treasure that sunk all those years ago, and the robot crew were out there scaring people off, but also allowing him to search the ocean floor for that missing treasure that only the Lighthouse Keeper knew about. It turns out he was not the Lighthouse Keeper. The gang catch him. Thanks to knockoff Velma, they outsmart him, expose him and his operation, but it turns out he wasn't the monster. There were two ghosts in this. D. Bradley Baker's Captain Rex is taken away, but it turns out the Lighthouse Keeper is still there, haunting the area to get the treasure too. The Scooby Gang go in, they fight him, and they manage to defeat him. They manage to find out who it is because the sea captain had the exact same fabric as one of the characters from earlier. Who was the sea captain? It was evil Velma. Yeah, it turns out that this girl who's been one-upping Velma was actually the true mastermind all along. Looks like a pirate. He's supposed to be like a longshoreman, but yeah, the sea captain kind of does look that way. Do you like Scooby-Doo as a cartoon or in live action, or do you like both? I do kind of like both, though in live action, Scooby the character might be hard to CGI. We'll do the Mummy next. Ghostbusters and the Ghostbusters crossover. How does that... Oh, Ghostbusters and the Goosebumps crossover. How does that sound? Actually pretty cool. There was just one thing. I didn't count on Velma Dinkley. Hey, what about me? I was the one who set up the trap. Not now, Freddy. Yeah, that was a funny interaction. Verna, that was her name. Verna Dempsey is her name, and Velma put her in her place. Yeah, don't ever mess with Velma. It turns out it was Verna. She's this evil version of the Velma we know and love. They set her up like she's gonna be a hero, or a reoccurring character at least. Velma is jealous when she finds out, oh, this girl is actually the twist villain. I like that's super funny that both the girl Scooby characters actually get envious of this other girl who's like their rival, and it turns out the rival is always the monster. Like, Daphne got jealous of Velma's cousin Marcy, and she was behind the Halloween hijinks, and Velma got jealous of Verna, and turns out she was actually the monster they were hunting all along. So, I do kind of like the Sea Captain, especially because he's tied to this evil foil to one of the characters we know and love, which definitely won points in his favor. Really creepy design, really lethal menace, dark as heck backstory, and the twist is that it was connected to a character who seemed like a hero but was actually an evil bitch all along. So, definitely an A-tier villain. We'll put him in cool costume. Evil Velma, you mean Mindy Kaling Velma? Yeah, I know, easy to mix those up. Why didn't the robots, scarecrows, use their flamethrower eyes to fight the mystery gang? I guess it was pretty hard for Marcy to control them in that one control room. So which Hex Girl designs are your favorite? That is pretty hard. I think they all look pretty good. Might have to go with, I know it's cliche, but Thorn. Thorn does look the best, and she got the most screen time. Plus, she kind of looks like a vampire herself. I'm back. Hey, Monica, we just finished up with The Longshoreman. Opinions for the Scooby-Doo movies, both animated and live-action films. I did do a tier list on all the Scooby films. My favorite is Zombie Island. I love the core four, all of them. Zombie Island, Witch's Ghost, Cyber Chase, and the Alien Invaders. I do not think the James Gunn live-action ones are that bad. Scooby-Doo 2, it is much better than the first movie by far. The first movie I thought was okay, but Monsters Unleashed, that one actually felt like Scooby-Doo. Then, not a big fan of the Mystery Incorporated movies outside of the Camp Scare one. That one was easily their best one. The What's New era honestly had a lot more forgettable movies. They were dumb fun, but not what I would say my favorite Scooby masterpieces. Alright, somebody wanted The Mummy. There he is. The Evil Pharaoh. Alright, really love me my mummies, but this mummy, not as cool as the Scooby-Doo Where Are You one, but I will put him onto... Might have to put him on a cool costume. Yeah, I'll put him under the San Fran Psycho. Alright, we got another pharaoh mummy. The Scooby Gang goes to Egypt. And we meet reoccurring character Melvar O'Reilly again. The Scooby Gang are there, and of course, spooky things are happening to Egypt, which aren't linked to terrorism at all, but yeah, there's a ghost mummy going around mesmerizing people. A lot of tributes to the Brendan Fraser mummy movies. I forgot who the pharaoh was supposed to be. I thought it was like Imhotep because, again, a lot of tributes to the Brendan Fraser mummy movies. The mummy is attacking tourists and haunting the Great Pyramids. Thorn is kinda hot in my opinion. Kinda hot, Sabretooth. I mean, Jennifer Hale's got that lovely voice. The only problem with the James Gunn movies is the only CGI has aged. That hasn't aged well as Scooby-Doo, but nothing else. I do think some of the demons from the first movie do not look that good either. Another nice mummy design, though this episode has a twist to it. It really did. The mummy are... I still have Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster. Okay, good for you, Light Jones. I don't own my What's New Scooby-Doo or Mystery Incorporated movies anymore. I did get new copies of Zombie Island and The Witch's Ghost, the core four. I still hold on to those ones, because those ones are the best Scooby movies. Unfortunately, I'm ashamed to say I do also have Return to Zombie Island, only because it came in like a 2-back DVD. It came attached to the good Zombie Island. So forgive me, people. The Mummy's really interesting. Yeah, he is. Daphne and Velma as belly dancers, alongside Scooby. The scene where Daphne and Velma are belly dancers. Yes, this is my dream come true. Yeah, once again, hottest Velma and Daphne scenes. They disguise themselves as belly dancers to like infiltrate like this weird nightclub. So The mummy is haunting this pyramid, and we're led to believe there's like a mummy's curse again. They're attacking the people. There's actually an elaborate villain plan behind this one. It turns out the villain is not trying to kill people or steal treasure. The pyramid has this built-in pump system, which is allowing the villain to drain the Nile River of its water and transport it to the villain's personal city. They're like teleporting it to like this hotel. They're the only city in Egypt which has water. And basically the gang are trying to find out who the mummy is. There's like kind of a curveball thrown at us. The mummy seems to be mesmerizing people and turning them into slaves, attacking the Scooby gang, attacking innocent people. Some tourists and one of their tour guides are mesmerized and chasing them. Who was the mummy? It's Melvar O'Reilly. Yep, he turned to the dark side. But not really. No, Melvar was brainwashed, and he's only been pretending to be the mummy in place of the actual villain. It turns out to be this corrupt prince. This evil Egyptian prince guy and his wife are the ones who are taking the country's water for their own city. He's pretending to be this kind, helpful prince, pretending he's like in pain just like the people are, but he's actually harvesting their water for their own town and boosting his wife's money. He's like married to this hot French girl who owns this luxurious hotel and spa and nightclub. And yeah, they're pocketing money and pocketing off of money built on the suffering of the innocent Egyptian people. He built this temple he built like this machine in the Great Pyramids because he thought it would be restricted, but he came up with the mummy ghost to scare people off and not investigate. But the Scooby gang foil him and his terrorist scheme, and knowing the Egyptian government, they're probably gonna face execution for this, but it's a kid's show, so we won't address that. Sorry, I just need to grab my charger. Alright, got it. Please do the demon farmer next. Okay. I'll just catch up on comments. Scooby-Doo, monster idea, Anubis, or Set. Which will you choose? I would like to see Set more, so I'll go with Set. Anubis has been done to death. Yeah, Akira really loved that scene. Kinda hot, Sabretooth, 373. Also, apparently you haven't seen the Rule 34. You could probably look it up. Dusk. Oh, Dusk is the hottest one. Okay, you like Dusk. I like her too. She's pretty hot. Like the redheads are pretty hot. Kimberly Brooks plays her, and she also has her Ashley Williams voice for that character. I will openly defend the CGI on Scooby-Doo in the live-action movies, always saying that they have aged well, unlike the monster CGI. Yeah, the weird demon Scrappy-Doo had. Those did not age well. Fun fact, Scooby-Doo 3, James Gunn was in the works, but canceled because the second film didn't do well. Oh, that sucks. I hope he comes back to Scooby-Doo. Please do the Demon Farmer next. Okay, we will. The first one of the series I watched was the ice hockey player monster one. The evil ice monster. Also, it was Scooby-Doo Bingo. I need is Daphne transformed into a Roku Kubi. Daphne's transformed into a lot of other things, though. I'm a sucker for the whole trio of girls troop in cartoons that I grew up watching. Yeah, those used to be cool, but now in live action they become annoying. I think the prince was dressed as the mummy during the time Melbourne was with them. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I kind of theorized. Every time Melvar was attacked by the mummy, it was clearly the prince in the costume. He just traded places and used him as another minion. Where would you like the Scooby Gang to travel to where they haven't been before? Has the Scooby Gang ever gone to Santa's village? That could be pretty fun. Don't think anyone wants to see the Scooby Gang go to Nazi Germany. Okay, to wrap up, the mummy is pretty cool. I'll put him on cool costume. Not one of the all-time high monsters, but definitely a fun one and a really creepy-ass design, so he's on A tier. Okay, somebody wants the Demon Farmer. Demon Farmer, also going, might be another Scoop-tacular, honestly, because I really like that tractor he wields. Yeah, let's put the Demon Farmer up onto S tier. Oh, wait, what's he doing down there? Yeah, going on to Scoop-tacular. Yep, we have the Demon Farmer. The Scooby Gang go to a farm to visit the Secret Six. Yeah, the cute little puppies return in this episode. However, the farm is being terrorized by a ghost of a dead farmer. Once again, they have a really dark and twisted backstory here. The farmer was based on a real guy. This guy was actually the former owner of the farm until one tragic day he was accidentally ran over and shredded by his own tractor. He didn't shut it off fully, and while he was working on something, it came creeping up behind him and ran him over, killing him. He came back as a ghost, haunting whoever disturbed his final resting place, and is terrorizing this farm the Secret Six are at for some mysterious reason. There's, of course, more to this. It's obviously a bad guy trying to do something, and we find out what's really going on at this farm as the gang tries to hide from him. So, no Goblin King. Sadly, no, Kira. He's not on here. Only the show characters. Yeah, the origin is dark. I want rainbow popcorn. Yeah, that rainbow popcorn looked delicious. Scooby Gang in Seoul, South Korea. Has Scooby Gang ever... Have they gone to South Korea? No, they usually go to China or Japan. Those are the pretty big nations in Asia. A family picture. Yeah, really violent and gruesome death. Toongrin really hates this monster, really, for some reason, possibly because he was annoyed by the puppies. Yeah, the Secret Six come back in this episode. They're now farm dogs in this one, and the actual owner is on here. It turns out this farm is trying to cook up these prototype foods. They're making prototype foods, the big one being popcorn. Popcorn that comes in different flavors. Like popcorn that tastes like chocolate, tastes like onion rings, tastes like candy, that kind of stuff. They invented this prototype rainbow popcorn, and the ghost is actually a rival businessman trying to steal the secret formula. Yeah, it's actually Farmer B, I think that was his name, Farmer B, Farmer P, or something like that. Yeah, basically, he turned out to be this evil knockoff Orville popcorn guy. He disguised himself as the monster and was terrorizing the farm and attacking the puppies because the puppies have the number code to break into their secret lab so he can swipe the formula and save his business. He terrorize them as this demon farmer, and I really like this guy's design. He has another zombie-esque look. He has a scythe blade hand. Sorry, they kind of cut it off here, but he has a sickle on one of his hands, and he rides around on a demon tractor. He gets into a road fight with Fred. Really like Fred in this episode. He's had enough, and he and the demon farmer get into a game of chicken fighting on these tractors. They already went to Salem in The Witch's Ghost. Yeah, they did. I love the demon farmer. He's a farmer straight from hell. Exactly why he's cool. Do the roller ghosters next. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Scooby-Doo is still popular nowadays. The franchise was still ongoing. Yeah, it's still going on now, but Warner Brothers is kind of rethinking it. You can thank Daddy Zaslav for that. It would be cool to see the Scooby Gang go to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, or Salem. They kind of did go there, Saber. They go to the south, I believe it's Louisiana, in Zombie Island, and they go to Salem in The Witch's Ghost. Those are two of the older movies. I hope they meet K-pop demon hunters. Hey, just some random guy who comments. Glad you're back. I think Farmer T and that his farm was built on a cemetery and the ghost took control of the farm. Yeah, that was the fake story they go with. How much we got left? Only a handful. We still got a big string of villains left. We're wrapping up the Demon Farmer right now. I think this guy is pretty cool. Very threatening, very zombie-like. Literally a farmer from hell. So that gave him a lot more personality. And he's the first villain Fred actually fights in a literal physical fight. So really cool takedown. It gets kind of obvious who it is as the episode goes on, especially because as the gang break into the popcorn lab, they see this rival company's product there, and the face obviously looks familiar to one of the guys they met earlier. But, I like this monster. Pretty cool, pretty radical, and seeing Fred actually fight the monster definitely gave him some badass street cred, so he'll go on Scoop-Tacular. still no real-life market brand since Scooby-Doo have frozen dinner brands in Walmarts. Imagine if the Legend of Zelda crossover Scooby-Doo, as Link had the village doing farm work. He hates demons. He would really want to take the demon farmer down. He dishonors farms. So popcorn are like jelly beans in Harry Potter, or like jelly beans on one of those challenges on YouTubers do. Yeah, kind of. They were experimenting with new popcorn. The farmer was an evil rival businessman who wanted to sabotage the competition and steal their formula. The Demon Farmer episode was the first episode I've seen of What's New Scooby-Doo, and my kids self scream and run out of the room for obvious reasons. Why not the Zombie Farmer or Ghost Farmer? Well, hell sounds really cool. Mr. Goosebumps fan, good to see ya. Also, Scooby-Doo made a Clue game with Daphne Blake as Miss Scarlet, then Miss Peacock. Well, Daphne makes sense as Miss Scarlet. She also has the red hair. I hope the Scooby Gang meet Tom and Jerry. I don't. It'd just be Scooby chasing around cats. Same, Ira. Which Goosebumps TV show do you like? The OG show from the 90s or the 2023 show, or do you like both? Oh, that is easy. I like the 90s show. I was not a fan of the 2023 show. Don't expect a review on it in the future. I also hope Scooby-Doo meets Harry Potter. Yeah, Scooby defeats Lord Voldemort. That'll make history. Louisiana has some pretty cool ghost stories and cryptids, like the Rogaru, which is a werewolf-like beast. Not to mention, Rudock, Louisiana is a haunted flood town in 1915. I think the Scooby Gang also went to Louisiana in the Which Witch is Which episode. The zombie and the witch were kind of there in the swamps. I hope the Scooby Gang meets Teacher Anube. I really like that show. Okay, wrap up. Farmer Guy is pretty cool. Alright, somebody said they wanted somebody next. The roller coaster. The Gremlin. Yep, Scooby-Doo goes to an amusement park for another amusement park adventure. And they run into this green gremlin, who's not really all that small. Gremlin, honestly going on to mid-monster. Not too huge of a fan of this character. Don't get me wrong, the episode is funny. I don't think What's New Scooby-Doo has had a bad episode, period. But this monster didn't do much for me. It's like this green goblin looking monkey thing. It's supposed to be a gremlin, but it's obviously human-sized. I thought the monster was fine. The Scooby Gang go to an amusement park because Shaggy and Scooby won a contest to get their own roller coaster built here. However, this gremlin monster is going around sabotaging the rides and is causing general mayhem and a ruckus at this amusement park. They now think it's dangerous and the park is risking shutdown. Shaggy and Scoob and the Mystery Gang offer to help them, and basically we're building up what Shaggy's roller coaster looks like. The gang go on a ton of rides and the gremlin attempts to murder them several times. So, who is the gremlin? Well, we meet a lot of colorful suspects. Bobby Hill is in this episode. We meet this uptight park maintenance guy. Meet the sketchy security guards. Meet this TMZ guy trying to interview the managers. And we meet these two adorable sisters who are the creators of this park. They invent the roller coasters. Chris and Terry, I think their names. Yeah, Tara Strong voices one of them. Shocker. Yeah, Chris and Terry are these cute, adorable sisters who run the amusement park. A lot of suspects could be the gremlin, but who is it? It was, was it Terry? I think it's one of the sisters. It's one of the sisters. It was Tara Strong all along. She was sabotaging the park because she was jealous of her sister. So she was ruining all of her sister's rides and trying to ruin her sister's reputation out of petty vengeance. Charlie the Robot was a more fun amusement park saboteur. The Gremlin was okay. Yeah, fully agree. I think the episode has its funny moments. I love hearing Bobby Hill in this episode. Pamela Adlon is in this, and she does use her Bobby Hill voice. The Gremlin I thought was fine. Charlie the Robot definitely raised a high bar for amusement park villains, but basically, it's going around breaking stuff. A lot of Twilight Zone-esque homages because the gremlin comes and disappears. Not really a fan of the design. It looks like something from Ben 10 more than it does Scooby-Doo. The monster doesn't really talk all that much. It is kind of a cackling demon type of monster, and the girl's motivation was really weak. She wanted to get petty vengeance on her sibling, and she kind of gets away with it too. That always pissed me off. Like, she basically gets away with attempted murder, but because it was attempted murder and nobody ever died when she broke these rides, apparently they can't arrest her. It's like, Velma says, technically you did get away with it. We can't arrest you because nobody got hurt. There's like no victims of this crime, which is kind of BS, even in the Scooby-Doo universe. Yeah, she attempted to murder people, but didn't get arrested. Honestly, what is attempted murder? Do they give the Nobel Prize for attempted chemistry? Yeah, so basically she kind of let off the hook, but partially the other sister says she's telling mom and getting her totally grounded, and that's kind of her punishment, but not all that satisfying. The gremlin monster, not one of my favorites. It's just basically evil cackling demon going around breaking stuff, and that's about the gist of it. The episode itself is pretty funny, but the monster itself is ironically the weakest part of it, so I'm putting it straight on mid. Sorry, just catch up on comments. Yeah, Charlie the Robot was better. I'm surprised no one was hurt or killed in the amusement park episode. Yeah, fortunately, she sent some kids flying in a hang glider, and they somehow didn't crash land and hurt themselves. I'll admit the OG Goosebumps is better. The new Goosebumps is pretty average, honestly. Well, I respect your opinion, Mr. Goosebumps fan. Me, I'm not going to see the sequel because David Schwimmer's in it. People hate this episode. Really? I guess because people hate the sister gets away with it, technically. She's only grounded at the end. Which, kind of BS, because she attempted to kill people. So I just catch up on comments. I absolutely love the roller coaster. He's my second favorite monster, and I love the culprit Terry. I love this episode too. When it starts with the roller coaster eating the viewer. Yeah, they did a lot of those back in 2000 show. The monster eats the camera scenes. Yeah, Horrorland monsters are scarier. So, the one thing I don't like about the roller coaster is actually the monster. The monster is just very generic and kind of forgettable to me. The wacky antics and comedy are definitely top-notch, though. Yeah, the opening was pretty scary. Same Scigala. Don't forget the kid who can't get on any rides because he's too small. Yeah, that's Bobby Hill. He's too short to ride and he's going around. I could tell it was Bobby Hill because the voice actress really lets it out when she screams. Like the Scooby Gang almost died. Yeah, they almost did. They should have arrested her, but no. It should have been called the Ghoul, not the Gremlin. Exactly. She was tired of always making rides that her sister designed and never got to make any of her own. I mean, technically, didn't she make her own? I think she's just kind of complaining and being petty. Like we almost have some lawsuit. What do you mean I'm too small to ride? How big do you have to be to stand in a ball? That line was funny. Yeah, it was. Also, like that the ending is the corporate sisters decides to tell mom, lol. Yeah, that was pretty funny. That's kind of lame. She almost kills people. Yeah, she's just mildly grounded at the end. Okay, so the episode itself is not bad. The gremlin is just an average villain. That's why I'm putting him onto C tier. Like, Horrorland is better, and a blonde talking head. I remember that scene with the CGI. Just about 90% of all these monster masterminds are guilty of attempted murder and reckless endangerment. Well, I guess because the sisters were like these cute tween girls, it made it funnier. How has no one got hurt or killed throughout the episode? Because it's an amusement park, it easily told get into accident, look at Disneyland or Disney World accidents. Well, they do get into cartoonish slapstick. Scooby and Shaggy are almost killed, but, you know, they roll that ball away from the cliff. Why my YouTube comments in the chat disappeared? Yeah, I thought I saw you comment, but it went away. I was just talking about the music. I know the costume is worn by a girl, but I think the monster is a gender-fluid suit, yeah. But their gender is unreadable. I couldn't tell the gremlin's gender. Well, that's how the artists hide who the culprit is. Actually, attempted murder is actually acceptable reason for arrest and reason for prosecution. Yeah, that it is, but because it's a funny twist ending, they decide not to arrest her. The monster should have been a ghost or a person who died at the park, not a green gremlin thing. Fun fact, apparently Dwayne McDuffie wrote this episode with the gremlin monster. I was kind of shocked to see him. I remember him from Static Shock and Justice League. Yeah, like Sideshow Bob is scarier. Opinions for the 4 seasons of the OG Goosebumps show. I really like them. The first season, very solid. Second season had a few more misses, but a lot of scarier episodes and a lot of higher stakes. Season 3, just like The Haunting Hour, it's an experimental season. They tried their paw at some new ideas, tried mixing it up, trying new experiments like The Haunting Hour did, though a lot of them did not do well, and I think a lot of the bad CGI is what really held them back, though there are some gems hidden in there. Season 4, way too short. I thought it was fine. It had some decent episodes. The one I didn't care for was How I Got My Shrunken Head, but much better than Season 3. The roller coaster at the end of the episode where they landed in a giant sundae was great. Yeah, Shaggy was a really great roller coaster builder. Glad you hear Mr. Goosebumps Fan 2000. Also, in real life, Terry would go to prison. Yeah, absolutely. I think the term is unisex. Yeah, that is what it is. Agree. It's based on the roller coaster in the G-Cop. Okay, wrap up. The Gremlin, I think it's fine. Not my favorite villains, but the episode itself definitely outclassed the monster. Alright, next, let's bump off the glow-in-the-dark animals, who... sorry to say it, also going on to Dud Demon. I'll put her above the Magician at least. Hang on, my computer's taking a while to load it up. Okay, so we're talking about there they are, the glow-in-the-dark zoo animals. So, the Scooby Gang goes to Africa, and of course they happen upon a mystery. So, the animals in the jungle are mysteriously disappearing, only to come back as ghosts. Yep, we get ghost animals, which, spoilers, they're not really dead. They are animals that are being brainwashed by this chip planted in them that activates whenever a ghostly horn plays, like this tribal horn plays, and these monsters show up and attack innocent people and tourists. So, the episode itself is actually pretty fine, but the monster is very basic. The monsters are covered in like this glow-in-the-dark paint. They're like smeared with it and are being controlled by evil poachers. The animals are scaring people away from their poaching operation and getting too close to the truth. The gang are on a safari tour and of course get stranded when these animals attack. And honestly, not too much to say on them. They're basically animals that are painted a ghost color. That's really all there is to it. The animals have some funny moments and personality and interactions with the gang, but not exactly what I would call iconic villains of the saga. Not to mention the villains were weak, too. A bunch of common poachers pretending to be tourists. Yeah, so the gang is on a tour, and we have these colorful characters. There's, like, this weird, eccentric t-shirt salesman, this sketchy sea captain, and this lovey-dovey couple who are so obviously the bad guys. Yeah, it turns out the lovey-dovey couple, one of them voiced by Jennifer Hale, they're actually poachers. They're posing as tourists because they're secretly scoping out the animals. They're, what else? Evil people who hate animals and abuse animals, and yeah, this show is on the same time as Wild Force, so we are pro animal rights and nature and all that stuff. The poachers are basically controlling the animals and are secretly taking them away on their cargo ship, but using the animals as minions to scare off curious onlookers. Don't want people finding their boat, don't want people finding about their poaching operation, and the gang are able to outmaneuver the animals and snap them out of the brainwashing. The villains are kind of weak, just evil, bad poachers abusing animals. Not as compelling as Master Org, to say the least. Not just evil Scooby, Christopher, evil Mystery Inc. themselves. Yeah. Evil Scooby next. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The impersonator gang. I just want to catch up on comments. Yeah, the villains were very weak. I was never scared of the glow-in-the-dark animals. That's saying a lot because I was easily scared when I was a kid. Also kind of weird, apparently the fish and the crocodiles were also painted in this yellow gold, yet it never washed off when they were chasing them through the river. Piss animals, yeah. Chris called a guy with the camera a muckraking loser in that episode. That makes me laugh. Like this is a G-rated Horrorland, pretty much. Fun fact, both the OG Goosebumps show and The Haunting Hour were filmed in Canada. I did know that. I comment that on the Goosebumps episodes. Didn't know that when I was doing the Haunting review. How I Got My Shrunken Head was such a snooze festival episode. The plane scene was actually awful as well. Yeah, it was. It was. I also hated that Spider-Man. That was a bizarre one, even on Scooby terms. Yeah. Like they eat a lot of the highlighter. Yeah, okay, so the ghost animals, they're not scary. They're like obviously regular animals. It does not take too long to realize that these animals are being controlled by someone, that they're just the natural forest animals being painted in this evil color. It is kind of an obvious twist. Again, not the worst episode, but just kind of predictable. The animals are also not very scary. You find out they're brainwashed and being controlled by evil poachers, who are also weak villains. So I sadly have to put them on Dud Demon. Not the worst episode, but also not all that special. And the monsters are definitely the weakest part. Yeah, Henry and Honey Hunsaker. That was their names. I hated everything about this episode. The monster was trash. It wasn't even scary in the slightest, and nobody but Shaggy cared when Scooby got dog-napped. My least favorite episode by far. Yeah, that's true. Fred, Velma, and Daphne were way too calm that Scooby vanished. Plain doing Rio movie treatment with exotic pets. Exactly. You want evil Scooby and the gang. Okay. John Goodfew, based on Jane Goodall. That was a pretty funny reference, I must admit. I want to pet all the animals in this episode. It wasn't scary, mostly because I'm an animal lover. Night of the Living Dummy was never made into an episode. 2023 one doesn't count. No, it doesn't. Because they couldn't find twins to play Chris and Lindy. Though I don't remember watching a Goosebumps having twins in it. Yeah, that is kind of hard to come by for low-budget TV. Not just Evil Scooby, yeah, the whole gang. No Scooby-Doo character played a Wild Force actors. Kind of weird. You think Cole Evans would have appeared on a Scooby project. It is the worst but funny episode, like Zombies is better. Okay, so to wrap up, the ghost animals and the poachers, easily dud monsters. Do not care about them. Let's move on. Okay, so somebody wants The Evil Mystery Incorporated from, believe it or not, the Scooby-Doo Valentine's Day special. So, it is kind of a weird idea, but there's an evil demon version of the Scooby Gang. There's Evil Fred, Daphne, and Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby. And this was a weird episode, but I kind of love it. We'll put them on the Scoobtacular. Yeah, Scooby-Doo and the gang fight evil versions of themselves. So, the Scooby Gang returned to Coolsville for what's believed to be the first time in years. I would honestly say that the Valentine's Day special feels like the series finale to What's New Scooby-Doo. There's like a coming home kind of theme going on here. The Scooby Gang are back in town. They do confirm the Scooby Gang are grown-ass adults. They do own their own houses. They're not kids anymore. They're all pretty much homeowners. Daphne and Velma live together. Fred, Shaggy, and Scooby all own a house. They're actually adults in this show. So the Scooby Gang returns to Coolsville. However, there seems to be an evil version of the gang out in the woods attacking random people and teenage couples. Yeah, the Scooby Gang are slasher villains, kind of. They're attacking random couples, assaulting people in the woods, and basically committing crimes to frame the Scooby Gang. The Scooby Gang are falsely accused, as there's impersonators out there committing crimes. And it is one of the weirdest twists of the show, but I'll get to it. Yeah, the doppelgangers, that's what they're called, right? Yeah, doppelgangers. Just like the real Ghostbusters, like we get the OG actors of the Scooby Gang as the villains. Yeah, we do see, like, caricatures of them. Like the Zombies is better. I find it really funny the main villain dressed as Scooby while the others were hired henchmen. Yeah. favorite Scooby-Doo characters and monsters. I talked about a lot of them on my tier list. Clone episodes are scary. The Scooby clones are not, unless you were a kid and you first watched this. So it is pretty trippy watching them. I like these villains because of the fun factor. They're not super scary. It's the Scooby Gang with like evil glow-in-the-dark eyes and disheveled appearances. They look like they've been like hit by something or zombies, but no, they're just corrupt versions of the Scooby Gang. They're chasing them. The Scooby Gang try to solve a mystery, and we get a lot of backstory for the gang. We actually see more of their lives. We meet this goofy mailman. There's this old cop who hates the Scooby Gang. Kind of the prototype Sheriff Stone. This old cop doesn't like that the mystery gang are back in town and believes they're guilty. A lot of crazy suspects. Shaggy's psycho ex-girlfriend is in here. The ex-girlfriend is actually pretty funny. And Scooby has a psycho ex-girlfriend, this cute poodle who he broke up with. So a lot of people very sketchy and sus, not happy that the gang has returned to Coolsville. So a lot of suspects up in the air, and that there's the fact that there's 5 of them attacking definitely leaves a lot of mystery. So, who is the evil Scooby and the gang? Well, get this. The villain is actually J.C. Chavez. Yeah, J.C. Chavez from NSYNC, the Backstreet Boys, is actually in this episode. J.C. Chavez is the current new boyfriend dating Shaggy's psycho ex. Shaggy, undergoes a hilarious jealousy plot because his girlfriend got an upgrade in dating. J.C. Chavez actually impersonated the Scooby Gang because he wanted to ruin Shaggy's reputation. It turns out JC is jealous of Shaggy. Yeah, he's envious of Shaggy because his girlfriend is constantly talking about how great her ex is. So out of petty jealousy, he wanted to ruin Shaggy's image for her and have the Scooby Gang arrested. It is one of the most ludicrous and insane twists ever. Yeah, JC Chavez is an incel who didn't like that his girlfriend kept comparing him to his ex. It was always, Shaggy did this, Shaggy did that, Shaggy made the world's largest sandwich, I was sick of it. Yeah, JC apparently dressed as Scooby-Doo, and all of the other gang members are his henchmen. The henchmen, if you don't know, this is a meta joke. The henchmen are dressed like the Scooby-Doo voice actors. We see Frank Welker, Casey Kasem. I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be Grey DeLisle or Heather North as Daphne. And we see the old girl who played Velma. They're drawn as cartoonish caricatures of their voice actors, kind of giving a cute cameo to the original actors who played Scooby-Doo. Was it supposed to be Grey DeLisle or Heather North? I couldn't tell because they kind of gave them this cartoonish, mad kind of design. Yeah, as if the episode wasn't bizarre and crazy enough, lol. I thought it would have been creative if it was a villain from a previous episode or Where Are You? They kind of do that in Scooby-Doo Franken Creepy. Yeah, the joke Daphne talks to Grey DeLisle Griffin. I can't believe they casted an extra as me. Was Sarah Michelle Gellar unavailable? Yeah, get it, because that's her actress on the movie. Doppelgangers are usually scary. Yeah, they look like yourself, so it kind of goes for the Twilight Zone mirror image where there's a clone of you walking around doing evil, which kind of worked. I do like these villains, but the episode itself definitely helped elevate them. Yeah, they were kind of doppelgangers slash clones of the Scooby Gang. You want the Panther next. That's the werecat. We'll get to her. Yeah, I do like that Daphne and Fred pose as a couple to lure out the phonies, and Fred and Daphne ironically have no romantic chemistry. That was actually a pretty funny joke. Daphne, yes, Fred? Can you roll down the window? It's getting kind of stuffy in here. That makeup is blocking my sinuses. I'm pretty sure weird when people saw Velma and Daphne were roommates, they saw that as an excuse to ship them. Yeah, that is complete bullcrap. We know Velma and Daphne have crushes on guys, even in this universe. I think the Scooby Gang all live together. They might be in a separate part of the house. I thought it would have been creative if they were a villain from the previous episode. Frank and Creepy kind of did that. Also, fun fact, Daphne and Velma live in the same house when they were in the Zombie Island replica. Oh, okay. I know Fred, Shaggy, and Scoob also live in the same house. How is he able to impersonate all of them, and why the rest of them get revenges against Shaggy? I guess he was trying to take down the Mystery Inc. gang as a whole. It's implied he was jealous of Shaggy's success as a Mystery Inc. detective, so he kind of tried to take them all down with him. Again, it's a very petty, jealous boyfriend kind of move, but that's what kind of made it funny. Yeah, JC Chavez was pissed off because his girlfriend kept talking about her ex. That is his whole motivation. He went to great lengths to mimic Scooby-Doo and all his friends and attack innocent people and set up all these elaborate tricks to make it look like the gang were criminals because he couldn't stand that his girlfriend kept bragging about her ex. It is such a crazy, insane twist. He did it to win her back to him and see how cool he was. It's like, bro, aren't you like the singer, one of the most popular boy bands in the world? It's just so hilarious. He lost his mind trying to get petty revenge against Shaggy. Yeah, Shaggy has that Shaggy riz. Like, it is funny. It is. I assumed he, like, paid them because they're all, like, hired stunt actors. He did mention that some of the victims were also paid off to point the finger at the gang and help in his frame-up. Not even other versions of the Scooby Gang could defeat the real Scooby Gang. Nope, they could not. JC Chavez should have learned to be a better detective. Kyo Inaba and have a doppelganger that almost killed her. Like, save the werecat for the finale villain. Okay. Are you still watching Scooby-Doo right now today? Yes, I am, because Cartoon Network's rerunning it. They rerun Where Are You?, The Scrappy Show, Mystery Incorporated. Wolf and I are trying to complete that show again for a tier list. Like almost all field, Daphne, Blake, and Fred in a soap opera. Also, Daphnatic is a thing. Also, Daphne hates tap water and prefers water bottled. I do love Daphne's joke where she's in prison and she tells, I don't want to wear the same outfit every day. Like, get it? That's what the Scooby Gang always does. I like Sheriff Stone better, possibly because of Patrick Warburton. Yeah, Patrick Warburton's hilarious. He's pretty much just stupider Joe Swanson in Mystery Incorporated. You forgot to mention they have super strength. That's right, they were like ripping car doors off and breaking metal. It took like a log hitting them to hurt them. Guess those stunt actors were really buff. Plus, the voice actors of Fred, Daphne, Velma, and Shaggy make a cameo in Unmasked. Yeah, I did point that out. They got, like, they drew the voice actors as the henchmen, and it's a cute in-joke, a meta-joke. Only the older hardcore fans will get, which is very funny. Remember when we have the same classic real one versus the evil robot copy of Scooby-Doo? Trying to remember. The episode is the same way as Pooh's Huffalump movie. Never watched that. Okay, so really like the impersonator Scooby villains, especially because of the insane twist at the end. It is kind of funny seeing the Scooby Gang fight evil doppelgangers of themselves, so we'll put them on Scoobtacular. Also, I do consider the Valentine's Day special as the series finale. The gang returns to town, get one of their biggest mysteries ever, and have the highest stakes they've ever had. So, yeah, the impersonators, the doppelganger gang, going on Scoobtacular. Okay, so somebody wanted the werecat. Werecat, I will put on to... once my computer loads. Alright, so the werecat, I will put on to cool costume. Yeah, this one was pretty awesome. The Scooby Gang goes to the Westminster Dog Show, only to uncover a mystery. There's a werecat. There's this evil werecat that's haunting the Westminster Dog Show. This is the episode which introduces the Secret Six, the golden retriever puppies that Scooby and the gang are taking care of. So, the puppies are being attacked and harassed by these evil dog nappers. This one is a much better episode than Decoy for a Dog Napper. They kind of rehash the dogs are being kidnapped and threatened. There's a monster attacking the dog show. This evil werecat. It's this huge panther-like monster. It has like John Tailbane's body, but Jaguaro's head. The werecat is like pouncing and parkouring across stages, has like sharp Wolverine claws, and this really creepy design. This is a very monstrous feral foe. Yeah, Felicia, he ain't. So the werecat actually is very threatening. I love that they do explain the monster does have like high tech underneath the suit. There's like a claw hand underneath and these spring loaded shoes, which explains how it's able to pounce and parkour like a cat. The Secret Six are almost abducted by these dog nappers, and Scooby-Doo gets into like some Home Alone Airbud hijinks with them. We do see the henchmen. They do confirm that they are working for someone. The worst part about this episode, they kind of heavily foreshadow who it is. It gets kind of obvious who the werecat is gonna be. We like this woman, it's their voice actress, and they try to shadow or disguise her voice, but it clearly sounds like the same person. It's a cat creature from Zombie Island. Yep, definitely. I think this was the puppy's introduction. Yeah, we meet the Secret Six in this episode. Mr. Goosebumps Fan 2000, have you ever seen Scooby-Doo intro with the Goosebumps theme in place of it? It's amazing. Better dog napper villain, unlike the one in the classic series. Yeah, way better. I do kind of like the joke that it's a cat terrorizing dogs. That is some funny stuff to me, especially because you look who you're talking to. Okay, so who is the werecat? It turns out to be Shaggy's former friend, this hippie chick. Her name was Meadow. Like, Jennifer Hale plays this hippie, and she's so nice and ditzy and very friendly, trying to throw you off of who it really is. It was Meadow. She's actually sabotaging the competition so her stupid dog could win. She has like this adorable poodle, but the poodle has never won the dog shows ever. So she tried sabotaging her competitors, taking away dogs, scaring people off, and Meadow completely stabbed her best friend in the back and abducted Scooby. Exactly like Velma kind of being disappointed in her professor, there is kind of a tragic layer to this because Meadow was Shaggy's friend, implied to have been a past fling. It's never outright said, but it's kind of hinted that Shaggy might have dated this girl. But yeah, she sabotaged them because nothing's more important than her precious puppy. And she used her technology and fashion skills to make the werecat monster. Honestly, the werecat monster is pretty creepy, and it was a pretty harsh twist that's one of Shaggy's friends betraying him, basically. She abducted Scooby alongside the Secret Six. I don't know, Tigress from Batman's Tiger became a Scooby-Doo villain, lol. Yeah, he does kind of look like that. The cat creature even acts like a cat in the episode, yep. It's called Scar and Skull. Moon Scar Island, yeah. Acts like a cat in the episode. That is pretty funny. These like a ball of string on it. Scooby-Doo show out a better cat creature, and I honestly prefer the OG Decoy Dog Napper episode to this. Oh, really, Press Kruger? You're like the first one who said that. Yep, the villain is Meadow. Scooby-Doo is show father figure to the Secret Six. He kind of is, though I do find it funny, the mama dog looks exactly like Amber, or I should say Amber's Earth form. Amber was the golden retriever Crystal owned, who was really an alien. They kind of drew her exactly like that, right down to having the red bandana around her collar. Kif Cat from Bad Guys versus Werecat, who will win? Probably the bad guys. Okay, so the werecat, pretty cool. It's a cool cat, going on to A tier for sure. Next up, we'll do the Civil War brothers, who are going on to Prototype. So, not really huge fans of these monsters. They are kind of given a basic zombie design. Sorry, it's taking a while to load up. My computer's just really slow right now. Okay, there they are, right ahead of Marilyn Manson Vampire. So, I like this episode because Shaggy and Scooby actually saved danger-prone Daphne for once. These are the Civil War brothers, basically the ghost of a Union and Confederate soldier who are still fighting from beyond the grave. And, of course, the Mystery Incorporated happened to chance upon it because it's Mardi Gras time and get caught in the crossfire between these two ghost bros. So, I do like the old Civil War ghosts the show used to do. This was definitely a nice tribute to that. However, monsters are honestly undercooked. They're these two brothers that fought each other to the death and are still fighting to this very day, but it becomes kind of obvious that they're not carrying on their backstory. They attack the gang, and they also have like the weakest motivation. It's actually Jacques, or I should say Jim Cummings doing his Jacques impression. It's the tour guide and his bus driver who are building up hype for their tour. Yeah, that is their whole motivation for dressing up as ghosts. They're trying to scare the public and build up drama for their tour and make a whole lot of money off of scamming people. Which honestly is kind of a weak motivation for a Scooby monster. Their designs are also not that special, and it becomes glaringly obvious that they're fakes because we see a family photo of the Civil War ghosts, and one of them is taller and one of them is wearing an eye patch on a different eye, basically. Yeah, it becomes clear that they're not the ghosts, and Jim Cummings like voices half the characters in this episode, so it becomes kind of a bit more on the nose who it is. The Civil War Bros is a fun episode. I like that it takes place in New Orleans, but it would be funny if someone dressed up as Alistair when he was alive as a zombie. Well, unfortunately, Hasman Hotel didn't exist yet. One's blue, one's gray, one's cool, and one's of them's a loser. A sore loser. Like again, danger-prone Daphne, saved by the hot sauce. Yeah. Shaggy and Scooby saving Daphne is one of the best parts. Okay, so to clarify, again, not a bad episode, but the villains are not that special. I find them kind of generic, all things considered. Also, Meadow's dog is a Maltese because of how small it is. Okay, my mistake. I know it was a tiny dog. It impersonated Scooby. I don't know Tigers from Tiger became a Scooby villain. Okay, read that one. Bye, Goosebumps fan. See you later. Man, what the Hex Girls played the atomic fireballs. See ya, guy. The Civil War. Okay, so the ghosts didn't show many ghost powers, so they didn't seem like ghosts. Yeah, that definitely helped. It was all holograms. They appeared to be transparent and flying around, but no, there was like a light projector planted in the cemetery. The Ghost Bros, going on to Prototype, just did not really care for them. The episode itself is pretty good. It's fine, but the monsters don't stick out. They are heavily outclassed by these much better creatures. Alright, next, let's do the Ghost Race Car Driver, who I'm going to be putting onto, honestly might put him onto mid-monster. Okay, I like the race car driver. He is pretty cool. He's got this nice design. It is threatening. He's driving around in a monster truck, but honestly, the truck is much scarier than he is. He's riding around in this huge monster truck, and basically he's given a skeleton design. And what I hate most about this episode, the Scooby Gang go to NASCAR, because Fred is racing in it, and we meet all these red herrings. John DiMaggio plays like this douchey mechanic guy who's sexist towards Daphne. There's these two kids who are annoying, and the Chuck Norris cowboy guy returns in this episode. He's one of the racers, and it is so painfully obvious who this monster is. It's the two kids. The two kids gain a lot of focus. They're constantly complaining about being treated like they're too small, how they can't be racers too, and they built this guy basically to scare off the competition and build a fake racer to prove that kids can become pro NASCAR drivers. The worst thing about this episode is painfully obvious that the kids are the villains. They do not do a good job hiding it well, and it's so heavily foreshadowed. The monster himself, nothing too special. Basically kind of a supervillain type of monster. Evil skeleton guy. I think John DiMaggio voices him. They gave him like a creepy Crypt Keeper-like voice, but not one of my favorites. He's just driving around in a ride that's scarier than he is, and it ends with Fred beating him up and ripping off his head. The skeleton guy is actually an animatronic. The kids are genius mechanical engineers, and we're controlling him remotely from a tower. Yeah, Cindy and Jimmy. The reveal of this monster was just trash. Probably the worst reveal in the show. Absolutely. And not a fan of Jimmy Neutron. What did I miss? We're on the race car driver. He reminded me of the monster from the Scooby-Doo WWE sequel, you know, the wrestler car movie. Yeah. But they made a reference to the adventures of Jimmy Neutron. Okay, they did. It kind of flew over my head, or I'm not remembering. Oh, I want the robot clown next. Okay. So I just catch up on comments. Okay, so race car driver, pretty mid. The monster himself does have a cool design, and his car was much cooler than he is, but the twist villain does not really work because it's so obvious. So going on to mid tier. Next, you want the Metallic Clown. The Scooby Gang goes mini golfing, and one of the exhibits turns into a psycho killer clown. This one going on to Scooptacular. Yeah, I really like him. D. Bradley Baker does his best evil laugh for the clown. Shaggy is in a mini golf championship tournament. He's playing against, I kid you not, Megan from Drake and Josh, Miranda Cosgrove, and Tiger Woods. Yeah, he's not actually Tiger Woods. They call him Cougar Forest, but obvious parody of Tiger Woods. Yeah, he's battling against Megan and Tiger Woods in this competition. However, there's an evil, psychotic, mechanical clown going around killing people. The one that terrified Velma. Yep, we find out Velma is actually afraid of clowns. And a pup named Scooby-Doo is made canon in this episode. We see a traumatic flashback. They go back to a pup named Scooby-Doo, and apparently the clown at Velma's birthday party destroyed her encyclopedias, and it traumatized her for life. Yeah, that's why Velma's afraid of clowns. The clown accidentally ruined her present, and Velma has had a crippling fear of clowns ever since, leading to the funniest part of the episode, Shaggy being the brave one doing detective work, and Velma being the cowardly wuss running away from the monsters with Scooby. That is easily the highlight of this episode, but since we're here to talk monsters, the clown is awesome. It's this giant kaiju cybernetic Pennywise clown. D. Bradley Baker gives him like an evil Joker laugh. Honestly pretty creepy. And the clown is actually eating people. Again, kind of curious if this was an It reference. The clown is actually eating the golfers, eating suspects, eating looky-loos who get too close. And yeah, it's a really cool monster. Once again, the Scooby Gang fights a giant. The clown design is really trippy. And yeah, a very fun episode. So the clown who pretty much complements it even further. Honestly, this clown robot would be perfect for a Twisted Metal now that I think about it. Yeah, this clown would be like Sweet Tooth's ride or guard dog or something. I hate Megan from Drake and Josh. Well, good news, V Scorpio. Megan loses the mini golf competition. I love this episode, but absolutely hated the culprit, and makes it worse that he didn't go to jail for kidnapping. Yeah, that's kind of the one flaw of this episode. Who is the giant mechanical clown? It's actually the judge of the competition. He's the judge of the mini golf tournament. He was trying to quote-unquote help his son by getting over his trauma. So the judge has his son. The son is like the obvious red herring. The son wanted to become a mini golf champion, but failed and blew his chance. And basically, they have a fragile relationship. The father wanted to help his son be a pro mini golfer by eliminating the competition so his son could come in the tournament and show that he had skill and make something of his life. The son is working like a dead-end job at the mini golf place and is resentful of Shaggy because he stole his championship. We're led to believe it's him, especially because he's voiced by D. Bradley Baker too, but no, it was his dad. They try to give this heartwarming ending that the dad just cared for his son, but no, it really makes no sense. It does not make any sense. And he also abducted these people. He literally abducted children and Tiger Woods and had them like locked up in a shed somewhere on the mini golf park. So yeah, he should be facing some jail time, but typical politicians, he weasels his way out of it. And yeah, we're supposed to have this happy family reunion ending. It is kind of weak and clunky. I get what they're going for, but yeah, this guy definitely needs to repay his debt to society. But the clown, really cool villain. Going on to Scooptacular still, nonetheless. Love the design, love D. Bradley Baker's evil laugh, and the fact that he's a part of an even funner, crazier episode definitely made him stand out. Like the episode was aired in March 12th, 2005. The timeline actually makes sense for a pup named Scooby-Doo. Yeah, we do see them. Also, missed opportunity of me missing the gold episode. I don't think the gold monster was scary because it's literally a guy made of gold. Yeah, we were all talking about that. Also, why Mystery Inc. Velma isn't scared of clowns like Crybaby Clown? I guess they figured it's been done. Yeah, they disguise themselves as trees, but the clown wasn't fooled because they were trees in the Egyptian golfing ring. Out of all the monsters, thought, what new Scooby-Doo? This one scared me, mostly because it's a giant robot clown, and it still looks scary. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, Velma conquered her fear of clowns at the end. She saved Shaggy at the end. Like, why didn't Velma face her clown fear by a therapist? Guess Velma couldn't afford it at the time. So, Metal Clown going on to Scooptacular. Alright, we want to get close to the end here. Let's do Gladiator Guy. The evil ghost gladiator who, going on to Prototype. Yeah, so I like this episode where the Scooby gang goes to ancient Rome and are chased by an evil gladiator. The gladiator has a cool design, but that's really about it. Really awesome design. This giant Russell Crowe gladiator with glow-in-the-dark eyes. Really menacing and definitely a physical threat, but not too much personality. Basically, the ghost gladiator died at this Colosseum, and we believe there's a curse over Rome and Italy, that a volcano is about to go off, and this guy is behind it. The gladiator didn't really stand out to me. Mark Hamill is in this episode, and he's like the ghost Emperor Caesar for like a few seconds, and what the scheme is really confusing. So it turns out the ghost gladiator and Mark Hamill, who's this sea captain of a garbage barge, are working together to steal gold and dump it into a volcano. Yeah, confused yet? It is a very bizarre twist. How does the gladiator have glowing red eyes? Yeah, they never explain that. I guess we're supposed to believe it's the guy's actual eyes, and who the gladiator is very random, too. If he cared for the train him, not kidnap the contestants. Yeah, he shouldn't have. Yeah, he shouldn't have broken the law just to get his son back in the game. What's next? Pooh Lim, I mean. Scooby Snacks Monsters. Yeah, I don't get it either. So, it is kind of confusing. They're stealing the gold from ancient Rome and chucking it into a volcano, and apparently they have a machine which controls the volcano, and they're trying to trying to stop it. He's like been transporting the gold and dumping it in the volcano or something. I still don't know what to make of this. I assume they were just trying to get rich off the gold, but they're like chucking it in the volcano for safekeeping. Not sure how the lava in there isn't melting all of it, but yeah. So apparently the twist villain is this random security guard. Yeah, it's the security guard voiced by Darren Norris. He and Mark Hamill were like partners in crime, smuggling the gold and hiding it in the volcano. They had like a machine to keep it under control, but during the Scooby Gang's trap, they accidentally knock out the gladiator guy, and the machine's about to go off and set off the volcano. Daphne fixes it like a washing machine. It's pretty funny, but kind of a confusing villain, and the ghost was a completely random guy. We meet this guy for like 2 scenes, and it's like, really makes no sense and is kind of out of nowhere. Yeah, this random guy was doing a gold theft operation all along. He is barely a character in the episode, which really hurt it. Gladiator, he's beaten up by Fred, and that pretty much diminished him as a threat. So Mark Hamill is kind of the real mastermind, but because he wasn't the gladiator, it was his henchman, basically. Next, please. Yeah, okay. Please do the Faceless Phantom next. Okay. Ugo Durindi. Okay, a lot of requests. Okay, so Gladiator Guy prototype. He is he's a D-tier monster, not worth talking about. Okay, so somebody wants the... Wait, who do you want next? Okay, the Phantom from the Hollywood production. The Faceless Phantom. You are warned. The Scooby Gang goes to Hollywood. The Faceless Phantom... honestly might go on mid-monster. I'm gonna put him above the snowman, that's for sure. Definitely a cool design, though kind of reminds me of Orko a lot. The Scooby Gang goes to Hollywood, only to find out a haunted studio is being attacked by a ghost. The Scooby Gang are like visiting a video... Sorry, the Scooby Gang is visiting like a Hollywood production. We find out the new movie is being sabotaged by this faceless phantom. The phantom is attacking actors, producers, stunt doubles, and the Scooby Gang are invited in to be last-minute stand-ins for the movie stars and stunt workers. And it is pretty fun. Seeing Scooby-Doo in Hollywood and actually part of a movie is a fun idea. Never thought I'd see Scooby-Doo jump the shark. I see what you did there, writers. So the Faceless Phantom is this hooded ghoul that's attacking the actors and attacking the Scooby Gang because it doesn't want this movie to be made. We meet a bunch of colorful characters, the fun production crew, these arrogant actors, and who is the monster? It's, I kid you not, this parody of Ang Lee. Yeah, famous director Ang Lee. We meet this guy who's clearly a parody of Ang Lee. He wanted to do his first movie in America, but he never read the script first, and he was trying to sabotage the movie because he regretted signing up for it and didn't want to make it. But of course, in Hollywood, you're locked into a contract, and he was pretty much forced to, so he used the Phantom to scare people off and terminate the production. The Scooby Gang getting in these funny scenarios is pretty funny. If you're curious, it's implied that they were making a James Bond movie. They were like making this James Bond movie, and I guess they kind of like poke fun at all the James Bond films. They're making fun of that god-awful Pierce Brosnan one. Was it Die Another Day? The one with the really hokey CGI and stupid stunt work? Yeah, they were like doing a James Bond movie and nobody liked it. It was like a crappy, unnecessary sequel, and Ang Lee wanted to make it because it was his first major production in America, but he didn't read the script first, and he tried to sabotage his own work to basically weasel his way out of it. The Phantom himself is pretty cool. We do see him doing like a lot of stunt work. He's like flying on wires, shooting fireballs, and the Phantom gets like a lot of foreshadowing that he's like some highly trained guy in the biz. I will say that was a fun episode overall and does have a happy ending for everyone with a better, different movie made. Yeah, they actually got a happy ending. Do the centaur next, please. Okay. They should have just rewrote the script, exactly. Yeah, if you don't remember, this was around the time Ang Lee was making that stupid Hulk movie. Not the Edward Norton one, the Eric Bana and Sam Elliott one. This guy's like kind of a parody of Ang Lee because he regretted making the Hulk movie and it was like his first American film. And if you don't know, the Hulk movie did not do very well. I like Gray DeLeo played Dr. Bikini and Vicky Valentine. Yeah, Gray DeLeo plays a lot of the side characters in this one. Centaur next. Okay. This is my favorite monster in the show. It's scary and looks really cool. Yeah, D. Bradley Baker does the voice for this thing. You could tell it sounds like one of his Ben 10 characters. Scooby and the crew meet Saxton Hale, the Savage Bear. Just read the script. As a story writer, I would make the director read the script. Yeah, he didn't do it. Sounds like the movie was a big hit, and we would have gotten away with it too if not for your wonderful meddling kids. Yeah, so there's actually a rare happy ending at the end of this. The Scooby Gang trap him in like the King Kong set. The giant gorilla hand catches the Phantom. They unmask that it was knockoff Ang Lee, and he reveals he didn't want to hurt anyone. It turns out the monster was actually a nice guy. He was sabotaging the movie studio, but he never tried to kill anyone. He wasn't after anyone's lives, and the monster technically didn't commit any heinous crimes because everybody hated the script. All the production hated it. They all wanted it canceled. So the Scooby Gang help him remake the movie into something he actually wanted. And yeah, he's actually pardoned of his crimes, and he delivers a hit movie that they actually love making. A rare happy twist ending. The Scooby Gang help make a blockbuster hit, and Ang Lee finally gets his name out there and thanks the kids for helping him, and Scooby's a star. Yeah, pretty fun episode. The Phantom himself, kind of okay to me. I never really loved him all that much, even back when I was a kid and watching Scooby-Doo for the first time. He's fine. He's pretty fine to me, so I'll put him on mid-monster. Like, the centaur episode is cool. Okay. The centaur. Scooby-Doo goes back to Europe, and this time they deal with a centaur. The centaur, I might put onto... if my computer ever loads. Yeah, I might put this guy... went too far. Okay, onto cool costume. Yeah, there we go. So, the Scooby Gang go to Europe and run afoul of a centaur. The centaur is actually a pretty nice monster. A lot of love for mythological creatures and cryptids in this episode. So, the Scooby Gang is accidentally roped into this outside plot. There's these two thieves who are trying to swipe a jewel. There's this jewel necklace they both fought over, and it accidentally lands in the pocket of Shaggy. Yep, Shag and Scoob, very unlucky. They get their claws on this necklace, and both these archaeologists are chasing after them. However, the necklace is cursed. There's a centaur that will haunt and attack whoever has it. And the gang are running through all of Europe, being chased by this thing. Shaggy thinks it's a repellent against monsters, but it's really the reason why the monster is after him. The centaur is actually pretty cool, has this very magical looking design, very creepy. They gave him like a old-fashioned devil kind of beard. And it is kind of difficult to explain how a centaur is walking around because the centaurs have a horse half. If you can't tell, a centaur is half human, half horse. The top half is a human body, the bottom half is the horse body. So it kind of leaves things up in the air how this thing is really operating. It is another fun episode. The Scooby-Doo gang are going around Europe. They meet this really crazy crackpot professor guy who wants to prove mythical beasts are real. Really fun. So the centaur is kind of a beast. It is a buff, muscular brute. It's like parkouring across buildings. How are they doing this? Well, the centaur, exactly like the dinosaur, is also built from construction technology. The centaur is actually this weird four-legged machine with a person riding on it. We see this machine at like a construction site and makes it simulate that the centaur is a real monster. So, hilariously, the villain is somebody the gang never met before, and they do point that out in the episode. Yeah, it's part human. Also, it's weird, Daphne Blake loses her purse. Yeah, she lost it, and this creepy guy's trying to return it, but they don't know that. Unrelated, but I heard that horses can't vomit, so is a centaur able to vomit? Guess from the human half. Yeah, Daphne dressed as Medusa. It's attractive, but the snake hair isn't orange. I like how her purse had all this high-quality makeup stuff and effects in it, though. I love the voice for the Faceless Phantom. Yeah, D. Bradley Baker has a really wicked monster voice. Also, Velma failed to solve the mystery. Yep. So, who was the monster? It was Susan Smith. Who? It was one of the treasure hunters, but the gang never met her in the episode, and they actually point out that it's a random person they never met. Velma, like, rage quits and complains that, no, that can't be, this mystery doesn't count, I'm not counting it. It's honestly a kind of funny take that towards the old Scooby episodes where the villain tended to be some random guy who wasn't in the plot earlier. It was technically somebody the audience saw, but somebody the Scooby Gang never met. It was one of the rival treasure hunters. It turns out her other partner in crime was actually a good guy just trying to get the necklace back because it belongs in a museum, and the girl is trying to steal it from him and Shaggy disguised as the monster. They trick the centaur because they believe it like opens up a doorway to Atlantis, but accidentally gets crumbled. She's crushed under the Atlantis arch, and they expose it was the random girl the gang never met. Pretty funny twist. The villain is actually pretty cool and sick, so we'll go on to A tier, though. Velma, what? It's no one we know. Oh no, I'd call foul. This doesn't count. Yeah, the funny rage quit Velma moment. I'm surprised that moment hasn't been referenced more often. Can you do the baseball ghost? Okay. And Susan Smith is basically Laura Croft. Oh, she's based on Laura Croft. Who this we never met, the person it's the twist villain character, only the audience knows, not the Scooby Gang. Yeah, that's what kind of made it funny. Okay, so Centaur going on a cool costume. The baseball player, the evil ghost baseball pitcher, going on to mid-monster. Okay, so the only thing holding this guy back is the design. I am not a fan of this guy's design. There we go. Waited for it to load up. Alright, so I'm not a fan of the design. I think it looks way too generic. Reminds me of the Mr. Hyde look. The Scooby Gang go to the ball game. Scooby-Doo goes to a baseball stadium, and there's a ghost of an evil ghost baseball pitcher haunting the ground. They're helping, like, their friend who's an amateur athlete. The athlete is about to break this guy's record, and we believe his spirit is coming back, harassing Louise, trying to scare him away from breaking that record because it was his. It turns out the ghost was actually one of the sports announcers. He was a retired baseball player himself. He served with this guy in the stadium and was trying to maintain his friend's record. Yeah, he was trying to sabotage this up-and-coming athlete because he didn't want him to smash his dead best friend's record, and basically sabotaging the baseball stadium to accomplish this. Fun fact, Gorgons are actually meant to not only able to turn living things to stone, but also meant to be ugly according to Greek mythology. Which is kind of funny, because Medusa is now a sexy villain to a lot of people. It's always funny when the villain is someone they didn't expect at all. A better Lara than the one from the Mummy movie. Yeah, way better. The baseball specter. Also, how did he give himself those skeleton legs? Yeah, I guess he had a really fine design underneath there. So, this guy definitely feels like a rehash of the ghost football player, the Rambling Ghost. I got that vibe from him. Granted, I didn't watch that episode until later, but definitely a rehash plot. The ghost baseball player, I thought he was a fine monster. Once again, kind of average. He's okay. He throws like flaming baseballs at the gang. He appears and disappears. Frank Welker uses his Megatron voice for this character, which is kind of funny looking back at it. Honestly, not really too keen on him. I think the Rambling Ghost from the original Scooby-Doo show, that one had a much slicker design. I like the skeleton wearing the football uniform better than this guy who's just kind of a blue man with pale white eyes. Not that intricate a design. So he's gone on to mid-monster. Funniest part of the episode is that even the audience booed at the villain after his reveal. Yeah, that was funny. The episode I honestly thought was okay. Also used flaming baseball with cranberry juice. Yeah, that was weird. He like boiled them in hot sauce, and throwing them so fast triggered them into flaming up. Do the Scooby Snack Monster next. Okay, the ghost baseball player had a lot of baseball puns. Yeah, that explains a lot of my non-fond memories of him. Alright, let's move on to a good monster. The Scooby Snacks Monster. Yep, the Scooby-Doo gang go to the Scooby Snacks factory, where there's a monster in the form of a glob of Scooby Snacks. And this one, going on to Scoobtacular. This is easily one of their most creative monsters ever, and one of the low-key darkest episodes of the show. Shaggy and Scooby win the golden ticket to the Scooby Snacks factory, where Willy Wonka parodies and really dark horrors occur. I really grew to like this monster. It's a creature literally made of Scooby Snacks. There's also kind of a dark backstory. Apparently, there was a workman at the Scooby Snacks factory who allegedly died on the job. He accidentally fell into a vat of Scooby Snacks liquid and was killed being cooked into Scooby Snacks, and we believe his ghost has taken this shape as a Clayface monster, haunting and walking around the factory, killing anyone in sight. So this episode actually opens up with the monster murdering someone. We see like professional corporate espionage occurs. In the beginning, we see two burglars actually break into the Scooby Snacks factory. They try to steal the secret Scooby Snacks formula, and this monster full-blown murders a guy. She murders one of the burglars by chucking him off like a high railing, and he falls to his death. Yeah, it's pretty much confirmed this guy did not live. He died. The other thief, the girl, Catwoman looking girl, she disappeared. And little do we know, she was still on set. The Scooby Snacks monster, really creepy because Shaggy and Scooby also can't resist going to this monster. Every time they sniff Scooby Snacks, they bump into the monster. Really gross design, looks kind of like Clayface. It's always dripping, and the backstory definitely helped elevate it to darker levels. Almost reminds me of the Tar Monster, only made of melted Scooby Snacks. Yep. Hey, Kat, have you seen the video or R-rated Willy Wonka? Closest I got to that was Epic Movie. The evil lines he says are funny. Yeah. Like we get 2 Scooby Snack monsters. Yep, there's not just one. Not gonna lie, the Scooby Snack monster looks like Clayface. Yeah, I can see it. Scooby Snack monster that looks like Clayface and is made of Scooby-Doo's favorite food. Yeah, why must you smell so delicious? Monster also reminds me of the great mighty Pooh from Conker's Bad Fur Day. But Penelope Bailey is the real Scooby monster. So yeah, there is a twist. There are 2 Scooby Snacks monsters. There's a fake out one and the real one. It turns out that the fake one was the burglar girl from earlier. Tara Strong plays like this knockoff Catwoman. She was a thief trying to steal the Scooby Snacks formula. She impersonated one of the monsters, but it turns out to be Willy Wonka's daughter. She was actually the real Scooby Snacks monster. Why? Because she was trying to protect the secret formula and scare away people trying to snatch it. Yeah, it turns out this whole thing was all a complete misunderstanding. She thought the Scooby Gang were trying to find the formula and wanted to scare them off. She found out there was a real thief all along. The real thief gets captured and exposed, and Willy Wonka's daughter, I guess, got pardon of everything, even though she killed a man earlier in the episode. Really kind of dark opening, honestly. But yeah, the Scooby Snacks monster, Scooptacular, going on to S tier for sure. I did grow to like this thing, especially because the episode had some very subtle, creepy moments, and Scooby and Shaggy not resisting a monster added a level of horror that was definitely new. Actually, she killed both of them. No, the girl one got away. The girl one was confirmed to be Tara Strong's character. She posed as a cashier in the episode. Why can't they just eat the monsters like they ate the cotton candy monster? I believe they do that in a pup named Scooby-Doo. They eat the cheese monster. Was Scooby Snacks named after Scooby, or was Scooby named after the Scooby Snacks? I think in this show they confirmed they named the dog after their favorite food, the Scooby Snacks. Penelope Bailey is the real Scooby monster. Yeah, she was the true mastermind. I'm surprised it got away with Scooby Snake episode with murder and gruesome backstory. Well, because it kind of gets cut away before we see any gruesome stuff. Yeah, she did not kill both of them. The female thief got away. It's Tara Strong's character. She posed as the cashier to infiltrate a different way. Also, the time when Shag and Do almost drowned in Scooby batter. Yeah, but then they ate it all. Like Mystery Incorporated, the Chinese ghost episode. Kind of. How does Scooby Snack Monster have glowing yellow eyes? She's wearing like a deep diver suit under there. The Willy Wonka's daughter is like allergic to Scooby Snacks, and she wore like this protective Enviro suit, and I assume the yellow is the eyes glowing from the suit. Alright. Alright, final string, let's go. Next is the radioactive monster from Camp Come On, I Wanna Scare Ya. This one, I really like the design. Ironically, the episode is not all that good, though. This one I'll put onto... My computer will move. Alright, too far. Going on to cool costume. Yeah, so I actually do like the radioactive monster. This design is ultra freaky. Unfortunately, the episode itself is one of my least favorites. Scooby and Shaggy work as camp counselors. There's urban legend that there's a radioactive monster underneath the camp, and this monster comes out at Unlucky Cabin 13 to terrorize the campers there. Really like the design. It looks like... kind of looks like the Toxic Avenger a little. Has this really creepy, eerie glow. Looks unsettling. Has like radioactive canisters in its back. A lot of wild vines. A cross between radioactive mutagen and nature. Yeah, the only episode not to have Fred, Daphne, and Velma. They are mysteriously vanished. I heard they were supposed to meet Shaggy and Scooby, but never do in the actual episode. My bad, snacks misspelled. Yeah, in Scooby they spell snacks with an X instead of a CK. I like the radioactive monster in the first episode, Mystery Incorporated, better. Yeah, way better. Wasn't fond of this episode either. A decent monster, at least. Yeah, that's the only reason why it wins points. The monster itself is cool. So, Scooby and Shaggy are taking care of these kids, and there is way too much focus on the kids. They are bad actors. They are not good voice artists. They are annoying. Taylor Lautner is actually in this episode, too. He plays like one of the idiot bully kids. Basically, they try to give these kids their own spin-off show, and it did not work. Who's the radioactive monster? Well, it turns out there's multiple radioactive monsters in this. One, it turned out to be the idiot bully pulling a prank on them. And two, the real radioactive monster is actually the other camp counselor that Shaggy's friends with. It turned out to be this camp counselor because she was sabotaging the head scout leader's attempt at selling off the camp to rich corporate scumbags. He wanted to convert the camp into like a hotel and day spa, and she didn't like that they were purging it of the natural camp and a place where kids can have fun. So, in a rare twist happy ending, Scooby and the gang actually don't have her arrested or expose her for her crimes. They understand her plight, and they pull a prank on the Scoutmaster, the evil Scoutmaster, Fred Tatascore. He's trying to sell off the park. He's trying to sell off the camp to a bunch of rich people to build a spa. He hates kids. He gets his comeuppance by being scared by an army of the mud monsters, and that's the end. He runs away and refuses to come back to camp, and I guess that solves the whole selling it to make money thing. But yeah, the camp is saved, and honestly, the episode, not very good, but the monster itself I will give points. So, going on to A tier. Like I thought they are Daphne or Fred's nephews or cousins. I thought so too. The kids were annoying. The kids were not good child actors, which is why the episode is not fondly looked back on. Alright, let's do this. Next, the Robot Cowboys. The Scooby Gang goes to Westworld, and honestly, going on to Mid-Monster. Now, if my computer loads up, I actually might put the Faceless Phantom above him. Yeah, the Scooby Gang goes to a Westworld knockoff, and the villains are robots. Yeah, I'll put the Phantom above him. You know, I'll also put these two above him. Okay, so the Scooby Gang goes to Westworld, and the animatronics come to life and turn against the humans. It is a love letter to Westworld, and the villains are technically these robots, the Robot Cowboys. One of them looking exactly like the villain from the first Westworld villain, attack the gang, terrorize them, threaten them, and ruin their vacation at Westworld, basically. They do kind of make him look like the movie villain, so that is kind of a fun tribute. But it turns out the main villain is actually Gibby. Yeah, Gibby comes back in this episode. It turns out he was trying to steal the robot blueprints to construct his own amusement park, and unfortunately he turned the robots haywire on accident, causing them to go on a rampage. Honestly, I think they're fine. I think the problem is they reveal early that these are robots, so there's not really a mystery behind them, not really all that compelling as villains, and they are short-circuited by water, so exactly like the scarecrows, a really cheap weakness. I think they're fine, just more so like villain goons rather than the actual villains. I bet he also is going to build a robot Velma. Yeah, they do imply that. Yep, Gibby came back. Robot Cowboys. Yeah, Scooby-Doo goes to Westworld. They kind of did Westworld before on the old show, though, too. Camp Nightmare Diet version, pretty much. The true villain wasn't the radioactive monster, but the Scoutmaster. That was the twist. Yeah. And the Woods, man, is way better camp movie. Yeah, Gibby's a simp. It's implied he's gonna build his own robot Velma, but Velma gives him a warning not to do it. So, the robots, I think they're fine. That's really all I have to say. They're okay. They expose that they're machines early on when they could have built up a better mystery, but they're gone on C tier. Next, let's do the Sea Monster, who I like the design, but also going on to mid-monster. The Scooby Gang go to Antarctica. Why? Because apparently Shaggy worked as an intern at a zoo, and they're returning a penguin to its natural habitat, where of course they stumble upon a mystery. We meet the Gill Man. Scooby-Doo is usually good at sea monsters. This one I found kind of okay. The design is really kick-ass, but there's no backstory really given to this thing. It's a mysterious monster that showed up out of nowhere and attempted to murder this Arctic professor, but we find out there's this really insane villain plan behind this. Yeah, this is why it kind of loses points. The twist is weird. I don't want to know about Gibby wants to do with Robot Velma. No, you don't. What's your best and worst Goosebumps stories? My number one, easily The Haunted Mask, if you saw my top 5. The worst one, Say Cheese and Die Again. Gibby being in the episode is always the one behind it, which is predictable. Yeah, that does definitely ruin it. Gibby has been the villain in all his appearances. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, the sea monster. The Scooby Gang go to Antarctica, and it is a bizarre twist. It turns out this was all staged all along. The professor wanted to get frozen so he could teleport himself to the future, like put himself into a cryostasis from freezing in the Arctic Ocean. The sea monster made it look like an accident and has basically been trying to cover his tracks, ruin Mystery Inc.'s attempt at foiling the experiment, and it turns out to be the professor's assistant. Yeah, it was kind of obvious because the assistant is voiced by Bill, the baseball gamer from Cyber Chase. It was pretty funny seeing him again in Scooby-Doo. But yeah, it turns out to be his assistant, who's this nervous, scaredy cat type of character. He posed as the Gill Man, and really there was no reason to pull any of this mystery. Yeah, they could have done this all completely legally, but yeah, it turns out to be the doctor's assistant who was helping him with the experiment and safeguarding his body and trying to prevent the gang from uncovering the truth and foiling the experiments. Yeah, going on a mid-monster. I did not really care for him all that much. The plan was so stupid. Alright, gonna go on a restroom break, but I'll be right back. Cast your vote on who you want to see next. Okay, I'm back. Let's wrap this up. Coral creature. Okay. Okay, so we'll do the coral creature. Coral creature going up onto Scoobtacular. For one big reason, the coral creature is not a fake monster. It's real. Yeah, the coral creature was actually a real monster. The Scooby Gang goes to the beach again. This time they're entering a sandcastle competition, and this coral monster is showing up. And the big twist is, this was not a fake. It's alive. It's a real monster. It's this prehistoric being that grew out of the coral and was basically defending its territory. There's actually this insane evil human villain who was constructing on its property, on its territory, and was just defending itself. The villain was trying to make this underwater highway, and the monster was attacking in self-defense. The coral monster is pretty cool, has a really creepy design, and it turns out the monster was actually an innocent victim. Yeah, the coral creature was actually a twist hero. It's a neutral monster. feel like they scrape Deep Trouble Monster. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. Coral Monster, I'll put on Scoop-tacular. It is pretty funny seeing that this thing was actually real all along. Really crazy twist, so of course it's S tier. Alright, next we'll do the cybernetic AI house. The Scooby Gang goes to a haunted house, and it turns out the house is run by an AI that's actually evil. My computer will ever load. Yeah, the house is alive. Scooby-Doo did My Old House on their show. Yeah, this one also going on to Scoop-tacular. I like the twist where the Scooby Gang goes to this house of the future, and it turns out the villain was the AI. The house is actually alive and has been trying to kill people in order to gravitate attention to it. The house wanted attention and was basically causing chaos and attacking people who seemed like they were bored with it. It's actually a living amusement park ride in a really crazy ass twist, and this is the robot butler. He's the one who gets the most attention. The house is actually alive, and Scooby-Doo did My Old House, which is already cool to me. Or rather, Disney Smart House. Yeah, that too. The house is alive! The villain is Spencer Johnson as Ramayam. Yeah. Jeeves. Okay, that was his name. Jeeves, I think his name was. He's the real star of the show. Yeah, Jeeves is pretty much the body for the house. Do you guys remember Smart House? I haven't seen that in forever. Yeah, the villain was the house itself. Yeah, they did Smart House. Scooby Gang goes to like a science fair, and there's this house of the future. The house was trying to gain attention and basically attacking and killing people. It tried to force the Scooby Gang and others into paying attention to it. A lot of fake out villains, and I really like the twist that the house was actually the villain all along, so going on to S tier. Next, the Ice Monster. The Ice Monster, sadly going on to mid. Okay, so the Scooby Gang goes to Russia, where this ice monster is attacking the ice show. It's attacking like the hockey tournament. There's like a hockey tournament there. We're led to believe one of the hockey players is posing as this thing. The Scooby-Doo gang are in Russia. This has that episode where Shaggy and Scooby hide in Lenin's coffin, which was actually pretty funny. The ice monster is attacking, and it stole valuable jewels off of a rare trophy. The trophy was supposed to go to the hockey team who won the tournament. However, there's an investigation afoot. Russia is tightening security, and this ice monster is the main villain. Had really cool powers. Looks kind of like DC's Icicle. It's like can literally skate on land. Has like this evil punch, this hockey stick with icicles attached like a brass knuckle. Yeah, someone almost drowned in the episode. Yeah, they did. Like Frozen Fiend. Wait, who was the house villain? Oh, that's from the high-tech house of the future, high-tech house of horrors. It turns out the house itself was alive. The AI went haywire and turned against the humans. That's who was really Jeeves and all the appliances. And Hotel AI made Daphne hologram laughing that haunt me. Yeah, evil hologram Daphne. She's not as good as Catalyst. Yeah, the villain was actually Galena. Yeah, Galena the ice skater. It was actually this evil ice skater girl. She was like a champion ice skater, and she basically was jealous that people weren't giving her attention, so she decided to steal the crown jewels for herself and frame like the pro hockey players because they upstaged her. Really petty reason to be a villain, but makes sense in the world of Scooby-Doo. I think the villain is okay. Once again, another fine one. Not a groundbreaking ice villain, but definitely one that had moments, so gone on to okay. Next is the Invisible Madman. Yep, the Scooby-Doo gang run into the Invisible Man with a crossover with Simple Plan. Invisible Man actually might go on to Scoop-tacular. Yeah, so the Scooby Gang helps Simple Plan, who are assaulted by this Invisible Man. The Scooby Gang are like traveling across country, and they find Simple Plan's tour bus crash because an Invisible Man attacked them. And of course, they get into a wacky mystery. So Gibby is once again the monster, but it turns out in the twist it wasn't him alone. Scooby-Doo get into like an old-fashioned crossover adventure with Simple Plan. It's fun, it's cute, it's quirky. Simple Plan, not very good voice actors though. Galena sounds like a name of a Pokemon. Yeah, it does. Interesting fact, this was the first episode where all the suspects were culprits. Yeah, it was everyone. Everyone who the gang meets at this winter town, this hotel lady, this mechanic guy, Gibby, of course, is in the episode, and their manager, I believe. They were all the Invisible Man. The Invisible Man was made with this fashion designer and Gibby's military mindset. It's actually a camouflage suit, which made him appear invisible. And when I say appear invisible, I mean it made him completely disappear. Pretty goofy cartoon logic, but this was a very terrifying villain. Yeah, the Invisible Man was one of the only universal monsters that Scooby-Doo hadn't tapped yet, so really like seeing him. It was actually everyone they meet in the episode except for Simple Plan, of course. Why'd they do it? They wanted to sabotage the band at the competition so their band could upstage them. But, exactly like Nika Futterman's character, they did not have talent and they sucked. Yeah, they had a really awful band and basically just wanted to get rid of the better people. Really stupid scheme, but what can I say? An Invisible Man villain is ultra cool, so going on to S tier. This episode predicted the 2020 Invisible Man. Yeah, it kind of did, but it's not like a high-tech suit. It's actually a cloth fabric instead. Still, cool seeing Scooby fight the Invisible Man. Alright, next we'll do the Gargoyle. Believe it or not, I actually really like this villain. I love Scooby-Doo Goes to Paris and encounter the Gargoyle. A lot of jabs at the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but Gargoyle villain actually will put on Scooptacular. Yeah, where'd it go? I put the Gargoyle... Oh, it went down here. Yeah, the Gargoyle I will be putting above the Demon Farmer. Maybe not the Worm. Okay, so the Scooby gang go to France. Daphne is visiting her cousin who's a famous model, and she's abducted by the Gargoyle, leading to an investigation. I really like this thing. The Gargoyle is really creepy, has a unique design, has a very creepy demeanor about them. It is very threatening, very cool, and it turns out, in a surprise twist, it was actually Daphne's cousin. She and her boyfriend staged this phony abduction because she wanted to quit her modeling life. And I guess she couldn't, like, get out of a contract or something because she couldn't just walk off. The Gargoyle faked an abduction, and Scooby and the gang try to save her. Daphne finds out it's actually her sexy cousin dressed as a gargoyle. Really cool villain, very nice visual, and the fact that it's like almost killing Shaggy and Scooby at points, definitely creative. It turns out the villain is actually not evil, just a neutral villain, I would say. The Scooby gang were foiling her attempts at faking her disappearance, and that's why it attacked. Toongrin, you're a famous fashion designer, you own the town, you have a government contract, and you're basically the manager of Simple Plan, and you threw it all away to be a cruddy band. Sign me up. Have you done Monsters from Mystery Incorporated? No, we have not yet. Daphne Blake has French bloodline. That explains her love of fashion. The Renegade and Phantom Virus. Plus, it has 2 chase sequences instead of 1. Yeah, it did. Okay, so, really like the Gargoyle. Going on to Scooptacular. But let's get to wrapping up this list with our final one. It's fight time! It's fight time! Scooby-Doo faces the Critters / Pokemon knockoffs. Trying to get them up here. Damn, why is my computer so slow? No, not down there. The Critters going on to cool costume, and I will put them above the toys. Okay, so the Scooby-Doo goes to E3 Con. They go to like a video game convention, and love seeing the Scooby characters in this fun gamer cosplay. Daphne is Catwoman, which is very funny because Grey DeLisle played Catwoman. Fred is like Link, and Scooby and Shaggy, I forgot what they were dressed up as, but I'm sure somebody will remind me. So, Scooby Gang goes to E3 Con and basically run afoul of these prototype real Pokemon who are basically the Critters monsters. They look like them them, act like them, and they always constantly say their name to be like Pokemon. They accidentally run afoul of them. The scientists invented real-life Pokemon, and they escape and go on a rampage, leading to the Scooby Gang trying to foil it and solve the mystery and how to defeat these things. I'm off to play Sims 4. Bye. Bye, Monica. They feel like Digimon. Well, they're supposed to be Pokemon. Yeah, we'll get to Mystery Incorporated soon. Yeah, Catwoman Daphne pretty hot. Okay, so anyways, the villains, they're pretty cool. They're kind of like Piranha. They're going around destroying stuff, eating stuff, breaking stuff, and in a twist, it turns out the villains weren't real. It was actually Velma in a video game simulation. Yeah, Velma was playing VR, and it turns out these things were the minions. They're the video game monsters that the gang has to defeat to win the game. That is their entire thing, but I actually thought they were pretty cool. Pretty fun idea, very crazy. We'll put them on a cool costume because if you love critters and gremlins and even Pokemon, then you might definitely like these guys. They're pretty cool. So, as you can see, that completes our tier list. Yep. We did them all, talked about every What's New Scooby-Doo monster, so take one last snapshot if you want to see them all. Couldn't fit them all because there were too many, only a few bad ones, but yeah, these are my favorite Scooby-Doo monsters. Got a lot more good than bad in this season. A lot of Scooptacular ones, a lot of cool costume, more so in the mid-monster, but as you can see, not a lot of bad ones, just kind of lame duds. Toinks! Great, LizCat. Thanks, Jon Snow. Yep, it's done. So, not sure what I'll do for my next tier list. Most likely the Harley Quinn tier list will do. That's coming Friday. I won't be doing one tomorrow for sure, so don't hold your breath on me showing up. I do have 2 videos on Patreon. I talked about a video game saga, and I do have a Tales from the Dark Side video on there. Check those out. So, this pretty much completes our Scooby tier list. Love What's New Scooby-Doo, and as you can see, had a lot of positives to say. So, not going to do a recap because I got to wrap up right now, but I'll let you guys free early. So, remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more content here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and we'll see what's new for us next time.